Alright, welcome back in, everybody. It's nice to see you all again. Blue Mew, Gregathol, welcome in, welcome in. He said, oh wow, you made it a second day in a row, you must be blessed. I'm glad to have you 2 days in a row. So, yeah, yesterday we went through the catacombs of Karthus, and then we killed High Lord Volnir. And so, after that, we just kind of messed around with a bunch of the NPCs to see what items they dropped on death, and to get some of that death dialogue footage, which was interesting. I probably should have let some more of the NPCs end up killing me, so I think I actually reloaded my save. If not, we might be screwed. Okay, so all of the NPCs are alive. Looks like the Firekeeper is still looking away. I don't know why right now. Weird. So yeah, that's all the stuff. I guess we also need to go talk to Leonhard again now, just because that was on the previous save file. So we saved Scum to bring all of the NPCs back to life, so those terrible, terrible things that I did were not permanent, for now at least. So yeah, Venom, welcome back to the stream, and Nymphales, welcome to the stream, and Venom says, Farron Greatsword versus Wolf Knight's Greatsword, which one? I don't know. I haven't used many of the greatswords yet myself. And Mortis Volt, welcome back to the stream. The day's just started, so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed so far. Yeah. Already had my binoculars out, and I switched it for no.
Well, hasn't it been some time? I'm Leonhard, the Ringfinger. Remember me? I slipped you those red eyes some time ago. You're making quite an effort of it, so I thought you might like to know. If you yearn for a proper red-eye orb, one that is uncracked, then kill the Dark Wraith, survivor of the land swallowed by darkness. He has been a prisoner for many ages in the deepest cell in all Lorethrough.
So we can't do this quite yet because I think it messes up with Cirrus' questline, so we'll probably do that after we first enter Irithyll and mess with her quest.
I can see it in your eyes. If you didn't invade, didn't pillage, whatever would you do?
Kasky Nightblade, welcome back to the stream, and Camlog, welcome to the stream. You said, good day, finally caught one of your streams live. Yeah. So yeah, I know this isn't always like the most ideal time for everybody, but unfortunately no matter which time I choose isn't going to be ideal for everybody, but this kind of works out pretty well for me. So yeah, I am glad that people can stop in, and there are always the VODs that'll be uploaded after the stream is done, or maybe even concurrently. I don't exactly remember how it works with YouTube.
If you fancy a proper red-eye orb, one uncracked, untainted, then kill the Dark Wraith, survivor of the land swallowed by darkness. He has been a prisoner for many ages in the deepest cell in all Lorethrough. I can see it in your eyes. If you didn't invade, didn't pillage, whatever would you do?
So as I said yesterday, Leonhard definitely really gives off like a lot more of like the Bloodborne vibes, because his armor set looks more like it's made out of like a leather, and his tricorn cap definitely resembles that of like the Yharnam Hunter set with his silver mask and everything. So I was a little bit curious about him, so I looked into him on my own a little bit last night, as well as some of the stuff with Henri that I was mentioning, and I'll talk about that in a moment as well. But with Leonhard being a member of royalty according to his silver mask, I was wondering just exactly what royalty he belonged to. So I looked at what spells he could use, because he's also described as being a sorcerer, and it turns out one of the spells he can cast is I don't remember if it's Homing Soul Mass or one. It's one of the spells that you can get from like the Logan Scroll, and since the Logan Scroll can be found in the profaned capital, it would suggest that he probably lived there for some time. Let me look at my notes on him. So, okay, it is Homing Soul Mass that he uses, and Logan Scroll is found in the profaned capital from the court sorcerer there. So that made me begin to wonder whether or not that meant Leonhard was a member of the royalty of the Profaned Capital, and then I remembered, oh yeah, this dude totally got burned by fire, and we do know that the Profaned Flame will go after naught but human flesh, is how it's described, so that definitely really seemed to line up that this guy could have come from the Profaned Capital, and that might have been why he wanted to get reborn, just because he got burned, and he might not really have a royal family so much anymore with everything that's gone on down there. So that was my theory, at least. I could be wrong, but it does seem to match up, and to just tie some of that together, the term that they use in the Japanese for royal is also kind of repeated on like the aristocrats set that's found in the Irithil dungeons. And so the aristocrats of the Profaned Capital seem to be serving Sullivan now, so it's even less likely that he has a true home to return to. So yeah, those are my thoughts about Leonhard for now. As to why he chose to devote himself to Rosaria, beyond that, I don't really know too much more. I think one of his items says, like, he just vowed to serve the goddess of her birth. I don't think we get much more beyond that. Now, I'm trying to remember if there's anything else that I needed or wanted to do before going back to face Horus and that. How many souls do I have? Oh, I've got a lot of souls. Okay. Oh, might have done some soul transposition with Lilith, just from the Volnir's soul, maybe.
So
Oh yeah, and I was gonna also talk about the Henri stuff. I don't even really think I need this. I mean, I definitely don't. I can't wield it. I might just leave it still with the others. Okay.
now, do not be
Biopental the Fourth, welcome to the stream. Sorry if I mispronounced that. And you said, "Are you sure about your Bloodborne theories?" I mean, it depends which ones you're asking about, because there's some that I think are plausible, but I don't necessarily think quite a lot is concrete. And I do think like there is a decent amount to individual interpretation that should be taken into account. But yeah, for the most part, I am pretty confident with what I've publicly released, at least. So. Do you have a more direct question? I might be able to give you a bit more of a direct answer.
Home must be. Very well, then take note.
Oh yeah, I was gonna also give the NPCs. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about this. I was gonna give the NPCs a bunch of the scrolls to see the different kinds of magic and whatnot that we can get, and to see what all they have to say about that. And then I'll save Scum back over, just because I want to give some of the stuff back to Carla as well. So. Venom says, so the only reason he's not forlorn is because he found Rosaria. Maybe. I don't really remember how the forlorn fit into things, so if you could expand on that, or we could probably learn a bit more about that later as we continue the playthrough.
Back again, I see. I suppose this means you're after sorceries.
Maybe I want to zoom in.
Don't forget what...
This will be a better advantage. So as I've said before in previous streams, this Lorethrough is pretty much mostly to gather footage for future videos. So sometimes I'll like die to enemies on purpose, or take the time to set up things with the binoculars, even though it's kind of a bit scuffed, honestly, with how they work in this one.
Back again, I see. I suppose this means you're after sorceries. Oh my. This is stupendous. Then the undead legion of Farron possesses sorceries quite unknown. Thank you for upholding your end of the bargain. I doubt I ever would have made this discovery alone. Now, let us unravel the thing, so you may put these new sorceries to use. Oh my. Well, this is very unusual. It's from Unasil, an ancient land of golden sorceries. Not even the Dragon School possesses such a long-lost scroll. What would the Xanthus scholars say with their ridiculous headwear? They would simply slaver over this find.
So that's pretty straightforward stuff. does show that there is like a bit of a schism. I guess schism isn't quite the right word, but like a gap between the different schools of thought as far as sorceries go. So Venom says, since the forlorn are those without a home or somewhere to return to, they seem to just aimlessly wander until they find their way into the painting. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And you said, also they may worship Kaitha, but you're not sure how mandatory that is. Okay. For some reason I was thinking like the forlorn were originally part of the painting, but what you say does make sense that the forlorn could kind of like end up there. Okay, yeah. So thank you for expanding on that. Okay, it's the Farron stuff that we just got. Oh, we've already seen this one. Great Farron Dart was entrusted to the leader of the Legion's acolytes and apparently a sorcery of his daughter Hazel that was refined by a crystal sage. Oh, entrusted to the leader of the Legion's acolytes, apparently a sorcery of his daughter Hazel that was refined by a crystal sage. Okay, so that's interesting that it ties Hazel to the Watchers and the Crystal Sage. I wonder if the Crystal Sages just like kind of stole the idea, or if Hazel taught them as well. Interesting. Farron Hale? Okay, it's the same thing. So the Legion has a... Okay, we've read that one. Really, that it? Okay. Pestilent Mist. Highly dangerous sorcery employed by Dragon School spooks. Only taught to trusted members. Releases dense mist that eats away at HP. Beware as the caster is not immune to its effect. A body caught in the silent mist cloud lies still, while the face twists in a tortured scream. The names of these learned sorcerers became feared for this gruesome spectacle. Cool stuff. I don't remember this spell at all. It sounds super cool though. Cast Light, lost sorcery from Ulasil, land of ancient golden sorceries. Cast a light to illuminate surroundings. This light-producing magic is elementary, but nonetheless demonstrates the pure nature of golden sorceries, the likes of which have not been developed even at the Dragon School. Pretty straightforward. Repair, and this is a cool one. It's a lost sorcery from Ulasil, land of ancient golden sorceries. Repairs equipped weapons and armor, includes weapons with exhausted durability. While the effects of this spell are rather subtle, its foundations are a well-guarded secret. Light is time, and the reversal of its effects is a forbidden art. So this description right here really has like some of the largest implications on understanding the mechanics of the universe of Dark Souls, in that it specifically states that light is time. So that's just kind of something we have to deal with. Yeah, I'm not like a metaphysical or, well, theoretical metaphysicist or anything like that. So I can't really comment about how light is time differs so much from how our universe operates, but they are kind of... I'll just leave that there, I guess. Don't really want to go down that rabbit hole. And so... Hidden Weapon turns a weapon invisible. The weapon itself undergoes no inherent changes. Effective use of this, like any tool perhaps, is reliant on the ingenuity of its caster. Although perfect invisibility is unachievable due to the risk of dissipation, the caster need only stand still for a moment to blend into environs with astounding camouflage. Twisted Wall of Light distorts light in order to deflect magic. A closely guarded light manipulation spell that contorts the very fabric of fundamental laws, negating magic by denying its claim to physicality. That's interesting. I don't remember this description. So, fundamentally this kind of reminds me of like how jamming works in real life, at least with like radios, in that by using a wave, you can overpower other radio signals on a certain channel of wavelengths by increasing the power onto it. And so that's kind of what this is reminding me of. I mean, it's kind of like a jamming signal. But obviously it seems to might work a bit more directly, and not necessarily just like it's stopping people from casting spells. It just has a magic blocking effect. So that was cool though. Not quite the angle I'd like. Then I'll catch up with you guys in just a second. Okay, I think that should be good enough. So Gabriel says Dark Souls physics. Venom says, if light is time, this might explain why darkened places like the untended graves and chasms of old seem to exist outside of normal time. Oh yeah, and there was, I did see that cut item for like the Volnir chalice, and it says like it transports people to the realm of the dead. So maybe that's still kind of what's supposed to occur in this, in the final build of the game. I mean, that's cut content, so people can freely ignore it, but I think that's kind of a decent representation, especially if like Volnir wasn't actually like a giant in this game. It's just kind of like the spirit of the dead that we face. I don't know, kind of weird. Camelog says, currently going through your Bloodborne lore streams, which are great. You try to imagine how Yharnam and its people would be when the Beast Plague is not taking place and life is normal, so to speak. Yeah, that's something I wonder as well, especially like if people revert back to their human forms after the night of the hunt is over.
I am pleased to have a pupil as dedicated as you.
Let's look at his items real quick. Not those ones. Yeah, I guess I haven't read any of these yet. So he's got up to Flash Sweat, Great Combustion, Fire Surge. Okay. And then we'll see what we get from the other tomes. Swamp, Karthus, and Grave Warden. Okay, sweet.
Yes, here we are. It's been long indeed. With this, I can teach you more sophisticated pyromancies. Splendid. I can boast I am your tutor a little longer. Well, well. I've never seen anything like this. This inscription. This tome is from the catacombs. Fascinating. On this day, the teacher learns alongside the pupil.
Bombastic Tambourine, welcome back to the stream. It's glad to see you again on another day. Hope everybody's doing pretty well today.
I'm afraid I cannot accept this. This pyromancy tome is dark and delves into the depths of men where an untouchable flame resides. I cannot comprehend this myself, let alone teach it to you. It is a spell forbidden in the Great Swamp, and nearly everywhere else too. Only one terribly afflicted or burdened by deep sorrow could begin to understand this.
Devin Guy, welcome back to the stream. You said you bet Cornix's bed smells bad. I have a feeling you're probably right about that. Bridge, welcome back to the stream. You said, good day, everybody. Hope hope you're doing well. Been looking forward to this episode, but sorry to say you have a lot of New Year preparation work today, so you gotta scoot. Okay, and you'll tune in as often as you can. No problem, Bridge. I appreciate you showing up, and I hope you get your work all sorted out, and it goes well. All right, thank you. So, yeah, with this Pyromancy tome, it does set up that there will be, like, another Pyromancer teacher that we can interact with later. That'll be Carla. It's interesting that he says, like, one has to have suffered, like, deep sorrow to begin to understand this. What did he say?
I'm afraid I cannot accept this.
Yeah.
This Pyromancy tome is I cannot it is a spell. Only one.
Can't remember if some people thought that he said, like, only women can teach it, or, like, men can't learn this. I think there was some confusion about that in one of the dialogues of the trilogy, but I don't remember off the top of my head, unfortunately. So that'll be worth looking into sometime. Oh yeah, so we haven't really read all of them, but okay. I'm not worried about that. So the signature flame manipulating spell common to pyromancers hurls a giant fire orb. So this seems to be what the what are they called? The Deacons of the Deep are using. The blazing fire orb explodes on impact, dealing fire damage to the surrounding area. They say that once a pyromancer learns this spell, their understanding of the flame deepens, together with a yearning for it. So it's kind of interesting that, like, along with learning more about pyromancy, you begin to desire it a bit more, and so that kind of makes me wonder how that also fits in with, like, the profane flame, because at least in, like, Dark Souls 2 and some of the other games, like, the more you look at the pyromancy stuff, the more they equate it to, like, a will or a desire or the yearning that I've mentioned in previous episodes. So because humans can't touch fire, it makes them yearn for it even more. It's kind of an interesting thing. And I think Dark Souls 2 is the one that goes into the most depth about that, with the Throne of Want and all that. So Mortiz Volt says, okay, this is a real stretch of a theory here, but you can't help but wonder if Ilium Lois and Anorlando kind of fuse, since Ilium Lois is supposed to be above Izalith. Yeah, I'm not sure. Kasky says, you always wondered why dark sorceries and pyromancies are forbidden. Well, probably because of the gods. They didn't want to perpetuate something that would go against their system. That would be something that would make sense to me. And so with like fire, it's probably close to the nature of sun and sunlight, but it's probably just like the opposite side of the coin of light, and so that's probably why the gods feared it. Yeah. Mortis says, the product of this fusion is Irithil with your idea about Ilium Lois and Anna Orlando, though you doubt it's the case. Okay. Kasky says, it's like humans in Dark Souls deny their own nature, that they come from the dark like Carla says. And then Devin says, only one burdened by affliction or deep sorrow could begin to understand this. Description of Fire Orb is very similar to the dialogue from the dude who teaches you pyromancies in Dark Souls 1. Yes, Laurentius, if I remember correctly. So yeah, this is a theme that's present throughout the series as well. So, Pyromancy of Cornyx of the Great Swamp? Pyromancy of Old restored by Cornyx. Okay. So emits a constant stream of fire. Cornyx is a venerable pyromancer of an older mold, said to have restored a number of spells lost to the past, amongst which this is the most well known. Great Combustion. Pyromancy, which improves upon combustion, creates a powerful giant flame in hand, a very powerful yet simple spell to use. Pyromancy is to at once know fear and longing, the resultant power of which depends on both the caster's intelligence and faith. It's kind of interesting that this one ties it both to intelligence and faith, because some of them are just more intelligence-based, like the Fire Surge, but most of them do seem to be like a mixture of both. So what else was I going to say about this? Oh yeah, to know fear and longing. And Carla talks about fear, and like the more you delve into pyromancy, you might begin to fear what's in the depth of men and yourself. I think it's a little bit stronger in the Japanese. It's been a long time since I've looked at it though. But we'll also get to that later, and I'll try to look back at it before we get to that point. So fear and longing are kind of intrinsic to both humanity, or human men, I guess, and pyromancy. Kasky says, you agree with that fear or the denial of the dark was something implanted on humans by the gods. Devin says, couldn't break out of a vase to save his life, but a nice guy, lol. Indeed. It's kind of weird how you meet some of the NPCs, and that's kind of one of the other weird things about like trying to understand the power level of some of the enemies and NPCs that we have in the games, just because like, I don't know, I was never super impressed with Logan, but like, according to the lore, he seemed like a veritable badass, like essentially on the level of dragons and like Seath, but he really doesn't seem that tough when you fight him directly. I guess that, you know, you could attribute that to the power of like the chosen undead or whatever. But with Laurentius being stuck in an urn, that really makes me double think some things. Chesterness, welcome back to the stream. Nice to have you again. So this is a unique pyromancy crafted by Angi, a heretic inhabiting the Great Swamp long ago. Creates a poison mist. So I guess this does kind of connect Blighttown to the Great Swamp a bit more directly. I guess, I mean, like, Angi isn't exactly in Blighttown. I forget what that area before Izalith is called, but yeah. Angi was driven from the Great Swamp, however his pyromancy continues to succeed him. Oh, well, I guess I should probably take back a bit of what I said, because he could have been expelled from a different area and then ended up where he was by the Fair Lady. So perhaps dwellers of the Great Swamp were reminded that their very existence is one rooted in heresy. And so that kind of goes back to with what we were talking about with chat, with like humans not really wanting to know that they're affiliated with the dark or gross, icky things, I guess. But yeah, it is kind of rooted in heresy to a certain degree. So Acid Surge. Pyromancy of Karthus of the Sands. Emits an acid which corrodes weapons and armor. Arthur's swordmen attached great value to victory and would not shun the use of such pyromancies, for where is the honor in death and scoured bones? That's a pretty cool description. Devin says, couldn't... Okay, I read that one. And Quelaag's domain. Okay. It's just called Quelaag's domain? Okay. Flash sweat. Unique pyromancy of the Great Swamp associated with Carmina. Intense sweating increases fire damage absorption. An influential pyromancy that internalizes flame, likely forming the foundation for many subsequent spells. And... Profuse sweating temporarily boosts resistance to bleeding, poison, frost, and curses. The yellowish sweat cures all kinds of ailments. It's interesting that it's yellow sweat. I wonder what that really means. Like, I mean, I understand what it means, but like what it implies. And it makes me wonder about like the Xanthus scholars or maybe other instances of the color yellow appearing. Venom says before Izalith are the demon ruins and Quelaag's domain. Okay. So, the most obscure pyromancy developed in Karthus of the Sands. Damage increases with consecutive attacks. Karthus' aggression has been likened to an uncontrollable fire, and since ancient times, its beacon has been used as a signal for war. So that's a pretty cool one. I feel like there's probably something more to this, but I just can't think of it, of like what I would attach it to. The continuing to attack and all that. I mean, it obviously kind of reminds me of Rally a little bit, but definitely way different. So, Karthus Flame Arc, Pyromancy of Karthus of the Sands, reinforces right weapon with flame. Warriors of Karthus favored supplemental pyromancy such as this, which was used to enhance the curved blades of its swordsmen. So there's a lot of associations between Karthus and flame as well as bleed, and so as we go into the next area, that could just show like their affinity to fighting demons and being like close to fire as well. They might have also needed a bit more defensive against fire, which I guess Carmina is more of the Great Swamp stuff, but yeah. Actually, I might want to equip this now. Should definitely buy this one now. Because I can use it, at least. I'll need to attune it later, but... Wait, can I even attune anything right now? I guess I'll have to check at the bonfire, because I don't remember how to look to see if I actually have open slots in this game. Yeah, I don't even have enough attunement, so that was a little bit pointless, I guess. At least for now. So yeah, I just might suffer and just die a lot to get what I needed. Oh, it doesn't matter because I'm about to reload the save anyway. Keep forgetting about that. Oh yeah, Irina. Irina's next. Yellow sweat equals pee. You pee on yourself like in Postal. That's the deep lore. Kasky says, the fact that by internalizing the flame you're able to alter the properties of your body has always been fascinating to you. And yeah, I guess that might also tie into like the Ulasil sorceries where like certain magic existing can displace the physical reality. So yeah, I guess it does make sense to a certain degree. Mortis says, you think it implies you sweating out impurities? Oh, okay. You know that thing like pseudoscience pushes. Okay, yeah, I kind of know what you're getting at for sure. It's like fire is able to alter all things, kind of like blood in Bloodborne. Sundry Saturn, welcome back to the stream. It's always nice to have you. And Devin says, that's actually a really good parallel, Kasky. You never thought of it that way. Yeah, I like that. That'll probably be my headcanon, unless we think of something better.
Oh, Champion of Ash, welcome back. Do you wish to hear a tale? You only have to ask. Oh, you've brought me a Braille Divine Tome. Now I can tell new tales of miracles. Tales of the greater miracles can be quite the epics. What fun we will have. Oh, what's this? Champion of Ash, this divine tome is forbidden. These are dark tales of things that lurk deep within men. These stories would not please you. Of course, if you insist, I will read them for you. Only... oh, they frighten me so. The little creatures that nibble at me in the darkness. Oh, what's this? Champion of Ash, this divine tome is forbidden. These are dark tales of things that lurk deep within men. These stories would not please you. Of course, if you insist, I will read them for you. Only... oh, they frighten me so. The little creatures that nibble at me in the darkness.
So I've mentioned before, like in the DLC, one of the Locust preachers mentions that there are, like, the Abyss has nary to produce such a creature. So that is a bit questionable as to whether or not the Dark is supposed to be understood as being separate from the Abyss or something more intrinsic to man, if Irina is just kind of like imagining these things, these creatures that are biting to her. However, it could also be a reference to the Deep, in that, at least in the time of Dark Souls 3, things have begun to stagnate to such a point that the Dark has stagnated, and that's why like such creatures can exist and why they can gnaw at Irina. And since she is a failed a firekeeper, she could still be a draw towards humanity, so there is also that ambiguity as to whether or not the creatures that she speaks of are kind of like humanity sprites that we can't see, but she can because she's blind, I guess. I mean, probably not because she's blind, but you know. Let's go ahead and check all these spells. I don't believe we've looked at quite any of them yet. And so before that, Devin says that's actually okay. Gabriel says, it's interesting that the first pyromancy was about defending yourself from fire, not using it. And yeah, so that kind of might tie into like the natural form of people like living with nature. They developed pyromancy as a means to defend themselves from nature, and so fire might have been a bigger deal earlier in history, so they might have needed more protection from it before like the world kind of stabilized and settled down. Although that's just kind of like strict conjecture on my part. And then Venom says, it makes sense since pyromancy was born from man's desire to touch fire. So, elementary miracle cast by clerics restores HP for self and those in vicinity. To use miracles, equip a talisman or sacred chime and attune to a miracle at a bonfire. Wow, if only I could speak. A medium heal, a miracle superior to heal, blah blah blah. Miracles are fruit of the study of divine tales, a blessing received from the gods through acts of prayer. Miracle strength depends on the caster's faith. So this sets up that like the miracles are essentially passed down from the gods or potentially controlled by the gods, as we'll see a little bit more when we get into like the deeper, darker miracles. And it is dependent on faith for attuning, or not attuning, but being able to cast these spells. So replenishment, miracle once cherished by cleric knights, gradually restores HP. Replenishment is a relic of the old Lloyd faith, whose cleric knights were unfaltering in battle. And so, if I remember correctly, the old Lloyd faith is like the Way of White, so it did seem to potentially diverge from him at some point, and maybe they just kind of forgot about it, or just pushed Lloyd away as being a bit more sacrilegious in the wake of Gwyn and Gwendolyn. So, Caressing Tears, miracle taught by Morn, the Archbishop's apostle. Cures bleeding, poison, and frost for self and those in the vicinity. Caressing Tears is a tale of the many deaths surrounding the goddess Kaitha, of whom Morn was a known follower. So going back to that idea of like the Way of White in Kaitha, when we went to the Cathedral of the Deep, we saw that there was kind of like a pseudo-schism between the Way of White followers and the followers of the Deep. And so with potentially the statues of the goddess Kaitha being covered over, the Cathedral of the Deep's followers won out, and so perhaps there was more death-associated things surrounding Kaitha in the Cathedral of the Deep before it got converted, and so that might have been why Aldrich was able to take over and continue to eat the bodies of dead people. But yeah, again, that is more of my conjecture, so hopefully we continue to learn more about that. Tears of Denial, miracle taught by Morn, the Archbishop's Apostle. Grants one chance to endure when HP reaches 0. Intended to grant the dying a few moments for a final farewell, tears are shed for the sake of the living, more so than the deceased. Kind of cool, still Morn stuff. So this is Homeward, and this is a pretty big theme for like the undead in general. A miracle taught to traveling clerics returns caster to the last bonfire used for resting, or to the bonfire in the shrine. It would normally link to one's homeland, only the curse of the undead has twisted its power, redirecting casters to a bonfire. Perhaps for undead, the bonfire serves as home. So, yeah, like Dark Souls 2 really plays with that idea as well, where like people begin to forget their family, and as they continue to become cursed, they continue to lose their memories and go hollow and hurt the people around them. Yeah. Okay. Force. Elementary miracle among clerics creates a shockwave. While it inflicts no direct damage, this miracle propels foes back, staggering them, and also defend against incoming arrows. And so, going into the dark miracles, I think, if I remember correctly, it's as soon as you give Arena 2 of the Dark Tombs that Aegon will come back, and then you can go fight them over by the Udex Gundir's arena. So we'll probably have to reload the area and do that next before we undo our save. Lukaski says, you always thought about miracles and faith like raw magic, changing the reality with pure willpower. Bristan says, any atrocities committed yet? Not in this stream, at least yet. But we will fight Aegon, although I would not lump that in the category of atrocity. I guess you could say, like, teaching Arena this stuff can be pretty atrocious. Devin says, you've always wondered whether they meant unkindled instead of undead. Oh, for the Homeward? Interesting. For Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I might have to look back at that. At least in the other games, it was certainly used for the undead. But, that also reminds me, I did look back at the term used for unkindled, because somebody was asking, like, whether or not the Ashen One can carry, like, fire in them in a previous stream, and just to kind of go back to that point, which is, way long past at this point in time. The term that they used for unkindled in Japanese is just, like, literally flameless ash. So, I mean, I think unkindled kind of does a pretty good job of, like, simplifying it, but it might remove a little bit of that, like, the intensity behind the term. I don't know. I guess, like, unkindled works, but by the same token, it sounds like unkindled is just waiting to be kindled again, whereas, like, flameless ash sounds like it's ash and it's not really a good home for it. So, yeah. Bristan says, Dark Souls 2 did a good job of exploring the experience of being hollow, in your opinion. So, Devin says, you guess both are tied to bonfires, either way. And then Bristan says, for the Homeward Bone, you think Dark Souls 2 used a similar description regarding the undead? Yeah. So, this is a miracle of the Sable Church of Londor, Darkblade. Reinforces right weapon with dark. The third daughter, Liliane, one of the founders of the Sable Church, is said to recount tales that portray the suffering and conflict of hollows. So it's cool that, like, the Sable Church, or the Black Church of Londor, created their own kind of miracles, and that they can use them, and that they actually, like, function. So just, like, enough faith can manifest not just light, but also dark. So it does kind of show that inherent dichotomy between light and darkness, and flame and not flame, I guess. So there is a lot of overlaps, even between, like, pyromancy, miracles, and sorceries. They're all kind of related to souls, as we'll see, like, later on. Yeah. So this is another one. It's definitely one of my favorites as far as its implication goes. This is Miracle of the Sable Church of Londor. Prevents spells in the vicinity, including one's own. Members of the Sable Church are all trained swordsmen, each sworn only to the weapons as they bear the leaden silence of Londor. So if I remember correctly, the Japanese is a bit clearer, and then it's like, the reason why that they're all good swordsmen is so that they can kill casters, and so this spell is used for that express purpose of disarming their opponents while still being armed themselves. Of course, it was phrased a lot more eloquently. So this is Vow of Silence, and it was originally one of the miracles that was associated with Velka. So this does make me wonder if the Church of Londor has appropriated Velka's imagery and all that into their own tales to kind of potentially go with the occultist views against the gods. And as I mentioned in earlier streams in Dark Souls 1, Velka is described as a rogue deity, but it's also very easy to interpret that term rogue as heretical or heretic. So Velka may have opposed the other gods from the get-go, and she might have had an affiliation with the occultist plot against the gods, but there's really not a lot to say about Velka at all. So I am a little bit reticent to bring it up at times, just because I know it really gets people's imaginations going wild. But yeah, I don't know what to say other than that. It's just it's both a good and a bad thing just to talk about, because it's a cool thing to bring up, but sometimes it can get a little bit out there with what some people have thought about Velka. I guess I'll just leave that there, I think. We'll go back to chat. Devin says, unkindled are directly tied to bonfires in Dark Souls 3 because all the bonfires are filled with the ashes the unkindled are made of, but normal undead, like the chosen undead, are tied to bonfires because of the flame. And John Bridge, welcome to the stream. He said, to be fair, they do still call you unkindled ash a lot of time. Okay. So Devin says, you can have faith in your own humanity instead of faith in the gods, even as a hollow. Right. And so that does also call into question just the actual pedigree of the gods and how much divine authority, so to speak, that they actually have. And so when we look at characters like Grigg's dialogue in Dark Souls 1, he says Logan doesn't believe in gods, and just that line in itself can be a little bit problematic, because obviously there are gods, but the Japanese, again, doesn't always distinguish between singular and plural, and so I think what he was meant to imply with that was Logan doesn't believe in God, and I guess that might have been a larger topic, but yeah, because there are gods, but maybe Logan doesn't respect their authority either, because all he cares about is truth and knowledge. So it could be perfectly fine as it is, but I just did want to bring it up because it's something I noticed. Devin says, yeah, they relegated Velka to supposition to make sure we only have questions without answers. Yeah. John Bridge says, thank you for the welcome. You've been meaning to catch a stream for a while. Love my vids. XOXOX. So yes, no, I love it when people drop in, even if they just say hello and lurk, or even if they do say something nice like that. I am glad that my videos have provided such a nice and welcoming community, that we're all interested in the lore and have a deep love for these games. And so Tambourine says, what would you like to be left in? What would you like to be left? Ambiguous or a mystery? That's a good question. I don't really know, to be honest. And then Devin says, the gods in Dark Souls are akin to the great ones in Bloodborne, beings we may perceive as gods. That's kind of fair, maybe. I feel like there's definitely a bit more interaction in Dark Souls, at least. But I guess there could be that whole separation between the realm of gods and men, so maybe I'm wrong on that point as well. So, sacrilegious miracle of the Sable Church of Londor. Bless corpses, transforming them into traps. Londor, the Hollow Realm, is a society of undead, comprised of the corpses and shades of those who led unsavory lives. Is such blessing really something one must ponder? It's interesting that it calls it the Hollow Realm. I wonder if it's just more like the Hollow Country or the Undead Country, Country of the Undead. Yeah. Deep Protection. Miracle taught to the inaugurated deacons of the Cathedral of the Deep. Slightly boosts attack, damage absorption, and resistance, while also increasing stamina recovery speed. I never used this. This actually sounds really good. The Deep was originally a peaceful and sacred place, but became the final rest for many abhorrent things. This tale of the Deep offers protection for those who worship amidst those horrors. So this goes back to what we were talking about with Arena, about her being nibbled, and this could be related to that. So this is a dark miracle taught in the Cathedral of the Deep. Summons insect swarm to feast on foes. These insects, which lurk in the deep, have tiny jaws lined with fangs to tear open the skin and burrow into the flesh in the blink of an eye, causing intense bleeding. And so, as I had mentioned before, like in the undead settlements, when the evangelists were kind of using Gnaw, whenever it would like hit a wall, it would kind of explode into blood. So there does seem to be more of a connection between perhaps blood in the deep, and that might tie into more themes of stagnation. That could also like tie into Bloodborne later as well. I think that'll be it with Arena for now, and so if we reload the area, Egon might come in and kidnap her to keep her safe. But yeah.
I pray for you.
I actually might switch back to the Greatsword. Clamberge is cool, but I don't know, there's something way cooler about the Greatsword to a degree. Oh yeah, I could also parry with that one. And so once we do this thing and deal with Egon, I will go ahead and reload my save file. And then continue on with the Smoldering Lake and all that. Kasky says they really did dirty to your ma'am Velka in Dark Souls 3. And then... okay. Devin says the... okay, now I read that one. Devin says that, but even gods can die and go hollow. Did I just warp back here? Okay. I meant to warp to a different area. But this'll work, maybe. What am I doing? Okay. Didn't mean to land on the waifu. I'll teleport elsewhere and then actually come back. So Unattained, welcome to the stream. Oh, I like that. Is that avatar for, more specifically, Joseph Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces? And John Bridge says, when you first played Dark Souls 2, you stanced greatswords. It was a very good experience. Oh, you power stanced greatswords. I don't know why I can't read sometimes. I tried to get into Dark Souls 2, and then, like, the Ultra Great Swords being unable to actually lock on enemies just super annoyed me. And it really broke my will to play the game. I mean, I understand why they did it. I just didn't like Dark Souls 2 mechanically so much. Which is something that really bothers me, because I do want to, like, go through and, like, play it and learn all the lore of Dark Souls 2. No, she's still here. I guess I don't remember how to initiate the Morna stuff, or Egon stuff. Maybe I need to talk to her again? Oh wow, I am getting super turned around. Need to focus on where I'm going and not try to look at chat, even briefly, because I'm not even reading it.
You know, in my home terrible.
Alright, whatever. Well, I'll redo my save anyway, just to get all of my tomes back so I could give some to Carla later on. Oh, I should have talked to Orbeck. Okay, not Orbeck, but what's his name? Cornix. Does he still stick around after you give him the 2? I should have like double checked all of the quests before coming live again. Because I don't know Dark Souls 3 as well as Bloodborne for sure. So, oh yeah, before I forget, I was also going to talk about the stuff with Henri. So, as we reload next time, I'll bring that stuff up, because it's pretty straightforward, I guess, but we did talk about it yesterday.
You found this spell. It may even serve as a
Damn
link.
it. Oh. Let me redo that.
What is it?
Because I do want to get footage of them actually saying the different stuff now.
There you are, unkindled one. I am pleased to have a pupil as dedicated as you.
Unfortunately, I can't skip any of the dialogue with the binoculars out.
You found a tome in the catacombs. This spell is akin to chaos. It may even serve as a link to Izalith, home of pyromancies. You found a tome in the catacombs. This spell is akin to chaos. It may...
Maybe
Do not
I need to talk to them after giving them one of the tomes each. Or books, whatever.
Back again, I see. I suppose this means you're after sorceries. I don't mean to seem overbearing,
Okay.
but have you finished the I hope?
I don't even need to do this. And so yeah, with Cornix's talk of Karthus' spells being tied to Izalith, I mean, that just does connect them to Izalith a bit more strongly, and them potentially fighting demons with all their bleeding weapons. So, going back to the stuff with, I'll check out chat first, and then go about the stuff with Henri. Unattained says mystery. And Kasky says, gods can die and go hollow because you think all beings in Dark Souls are hollows, beings without souls made of wood. Dragons are made of stone at the end, hollows are returning to become wood. I agree with you to a certain extent, I think. And then he said, see the hollows becoming trees in Lothric, in Undead Settlement, and Lothric Knights at Ring City. The kind of soul they have is what shapes them into gods, humans, giants, etc. I'm not entirely sure about that one myself. It does seem that there might be a component of individuality between all of them. So, like, Gwyn might have been Gwyn because he's Gwyn, in addition to finding the Lord Soul. But that's just kind of going to be something I think people disagree with in general. So I need to talk to, who's it again? Leonhard. And then I'll just go through Smoldering Lake. After, like, leveling it.
Where from your if then he is if you then he is
Welcome home. Very well. Then take
Twice. I might go with the Dex twice just for the Flamberge, maybe not.
disparity. Elucidated by fire, burrow deep within me.
Thinking.
Into a darkness beyond the reach of flame. Let them assume.
I screw it. I'll just go with no, never mind. I'll actually keep going with the Greatsword.
Farewell, I may.
So let's go back to our goofy looking set. Overweight because I don't have Havel stuff. Okay, so that'll be good. Okay. Okay, this is good. I mean, the hat's kind of goofy. I probably could have changed that, but whatever. I'm not too worried about that. Well, that might have changed things. Oh. Okay, that's the same.
Ah, 'tis good, wasn't he? There we can bring this business in back.
So I screwed up the Hawkwood stuff somehow. Alright, so I need 2 more. Okay.
Pretty be careful, though.
Ah, well.
It's because that stuff's lightweight. Oh, I might go ahead and buy some of these, because I never do.
Ashen one. Huh.
Alright. And so then I'll talk about the Henry stuff. And hopefully stop getting so damn sidetracked. Tambourine says, see you, you have to go for now. Thank you for the stream. No problem, Tambourine. Hopefully you'll be able to catch us again later, and if not, maybe again next week when we go live. El Degusto, welcome back to the stream. You said, what's good, my Ashen ones? John Bridge, you also have to go? Alright, thank you for stopping in. I do appreciate the conversation, and hopefully we'll see you again. And then El Degusto says, Devon guy, that seems to be the only under specific circumstances, and they may just be like a hollow. Did I just do that again? I keep distracting myself because I'm not used to the like the memory of the UI, like staying where you want to go or like where you came from. So I just kind of tune out and try to go to the thing at the bottom. So with the Henri stuff, so it's Henri's straight sword, the Ring of the Evil Eye, and the Sun Princess ring, which might be all tied together. So let me pull up her weapon right here. Oh, we already killed her, so... Or, well, we didn't kill her in this one. So, in the Japanese, they call her the... Like, we call the Henri straight sword, like, the sword of the truly noble one. And with the Evil Eye ring, it's said that the Evil Eye was said to have been repelled by the sword of the truly noble one. So... Whether or not that means Henri actually repelled the Evil Eye or somebody else is a bit ambiguous. It could have been like an ancestor? Predecessor to Henri who did it, and then she might have just like inherited the sword because now it's like super blunt or super dull. I need to actually... I don't remember how to break this down safely. Oh, maybe I just hit it. Yeah, that makes sense. I just dropped down? I thought this is like acts as a ladder. Okay, there we go. And so yeah, with her sword and the Evil Eye ring saying that it belonged to the one like most noble or like the truly noble one, that might tie into the Sun Princess ring where it said like the woman left home along with many gods. She eventually became a bride and mother and is said to have bore noble children. That might have been meant to be a reference to like those found in Astora. Oh, maybe I want to show this dude off because he's cool. I think I still have my binoculars out because why wouldn't I? I always forget. Fight the skeleton. Yeah, ultimately I don't know what to make of the Henri stuff or like the noble children stuff. But I believe Yoshimitsu was the first one who pointed that out. And I'm just kind of like corroborating that information. Yeah, that looked cool. Never know when you want footage of just random demons that look cool. So Eldegusta says that you agree with Kasky and that you think maybe the Hollow proto-race could have been all the same, only under disparity in souls that they diverged. I think that's a possibility, for sure. I think it's likely, actually, that before Gwyn and them picked up the Lord Souls, that they were probably just the same as everybody else. Probably the same as, like, the Furtive Pygmy. Maybe they were bigger, I guess, or, like, I don't know. Maybe the Pygmy was a bit, like, disfigured. We see that Henri has moved on due to the Prism Stone over there. You can still see Boris chilling down at the bottom. Cool demon over there, and he said there's the Mimic here to make them fight. Damn it. This is funny. I'm glad you guys told me about that. That's super cool. Oh, and so now the demon's lost aggro on me, I guess. If I don't pick up the item, will the mimic spawn again? Black Blade. Rip. So this is like the same kind of demon that we saw in what's it called? The Undead Settlement, where we were aided by Sigvard. So okay, that's where we got the first soul of a demon, because I was forgetting like where it came from. So it's probably the exact same description, I'm going to assume. I think I already used the other one. Demons were born of the Chaos Flame, but the flame has not survived, and the demons are a dying race. So that's a cool thing to say. That does kind of set up what happened with Dark Souls 1, and then where we're heading with Dark Souls 3. That there used to be a Chaos Flame, but it hasn't survived, and so that might lead into the potential creation of the Profaned Flame, because there is a bit of an overlap between like the chaos of the Chaos Flame and the chaos of the Profaned Flame. Even though the Profaned Flame seems to be a bit more abyssal in nature, there's the school of thought that the Chaos Flame might have been chaotic because it was trying to be imbued with life, and so with life being able to seek other forms of life that we see like with the dark spells, that might be why the Profaned Flame is seeking life in this game. You can bait his fire attack to the Mimic. And then Eldegusta says, you think that the Pygmies were literally that, just small numbers of the first people, and the Furtive Pygmy took the Runts and Cast-Offs and united them with the Dark Soul. Yeah, that's a, as everybody else is saying, that's a neat idea. I mean, I definitely don't dislike that for sure. It's it'd be awfully poignant that, like, the gods were the jocks of the proto world, and that, like, the Pygmy just banded with the geeks, I guess. So these skeletons will reanimate. Should have used one of those pine resins that I just bought. Guess that doesn't kill them. Weird. Always with the binoculars. that should be that for here. So we get to look at the Dark Blade, I think it was. So Brian Young, welcome back to the stream. He said, "Hey there, man. Glad to see you streaming again. Love the content." I'm glad to hear that. So yeah, I'm glad you're able to join us again. This it? That's gotta be, or oh, but the Black Blade versus the Dark Sword. Okay. So this is a short katana wielded by the swordsman and distinguished guest of High Lord Volnir. Interesting. This shiny black blade is thick but shorter than the typical katana. The swordsman was a master of a rare technique, traces of which can be observed in this weapon's strong attack. And so you can hold it to assume a holding stance to rapidly execute a lunging slash with a normal attack or deflecting parry with a strong attack. There's a little bit more weapon diversity. I know that there were like the Eastern Blades in Dark Souls 1, but they kind of refined that a little bit for Dark Souls 3. There's a bonfire right there. There's a cool guy over here with the Old Sage's Blindfold and the Witch's Ring. We'll look at in just a moment. Let's equip our weapon, or what was it? The Old Sage's Blindfold. Kind of reminds me of like the Harrowed set from Bloodborne with like the Suspicious Beggar. So let me get a swig of water first. This is a attire of pyromancers of the Great Swamp, particularly favored by old sages. The large blindfold blocks out unnecessary light, allowing one to observe a pyromancy's true essence. The flame reveals all and obscures all. So it's cool that it says that like the flame obscures all, and this kind of reminds me of like the Ring Knight Hood set or whatever it is, like the Ring City Knight Hood, something along those lines, where like the humans in the area like put the hood over their eyes to obscure the flame, so that way they could see a bit better, or maybe it was to hide something within them. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it is something that also appears in Dark Souls as well as like Bloodborne, where people will cover their eyes for certain reasons. So I don't know if there's anything like more deeply related to that in Japanese culture. Part of me doubts it, but also part of me wonders after just seeing this come up so damn often. It's got super good fire resistance and not much else. I guess like the magic stuff. Okay, whatever. And so Eldegusta says, Chad Gwynn totally swirled the Pygmy Lords into submission. Blue Mew says, where is Guts during all this? I don't know what to say without destroying some people's souls. Let's just say it anyway. Let's just say that he's chilling with Casca. So as we do come down to the Smoldering Lake, it does resemble Lost Izalith quite a bit. We get some of the arc trees in the background, although they're like kind of on fire. What else was I going to say? We'll see a bit more of that later, and we'll probably... Let's check how many souls I have. 8,000? I want to spend them before dealing with all this crap. I guess those who know what's coming up know what's coming up. Got our next large Titanite shard. Actually, that's enough to level up. So yeah, there's this gigantic like arbalest way off in the distance up here that'll like shoot these gigantic arrows at us. Absolutely massive arrows, and it'll take a while to disable it. I'll probably do that stuff before messing with like the boss in this area, because that'll probably be something good to like end the stream with, I suppose. We're gonna go back to the shrine just to level up the weapon real quick. And so we'll deal with another kind of garbage lava area. I don't know. There's parts of this area that I do really like, and then other parts just they're not so good.
Ah, just wasn't he?
2 reinforce. 6.
Pretty big, I don't.
Ah,
Oh yeah, okay. Forgot about this.
Ashen One.
Guess I already got that footage yesterday. I don't need to worry about it.
Gracious.
And she doesn't say much anyway. I don't remember what this gives us though. I guess she had a finite amount of those. Human pine resins. Okay, that actually might be cool. We got 5 of those. Whatever. May as well. Okay.
Ashen One.
So, Professor Gomez, welcome back to the stream. You said, greetings, enjoy the stream. Thank you very much. It's nice to see you again. Blue Mew says, he's been in Alfheim a few years now. Oh, I guess I missed a lot. Oh. So, KB Abysswalker, welcome back to the stream. And Kasky says, but the Ring City blindfold was used by the Ring City Knight as a way to defy the gods? Yeah. So, I know I was kind of misspeaking there, but there is that kind of like recurring motif that they're using it to obscure the sight. I'm going the wrong way. To obscure the sight of things and like the flame to a certain degree. No, that was the right way? Yeah, that was the right way. Tripping out. Guts is stuck in Alfheim. Ahoy, Bisswalker. He's been in Alfheim a few years now. Yeah, so I haven't read Berserk in like maybe 7 or 8 years now. So I always make this stupid joke, but I figure like when I pick it up again, I'll probably have, 7 chapters I can read. So yeah, Miura's comics are super good. They just take forever to come out. You should be able to... Damn it. You should be able to see the Arbalest over there. It's got like the 3 crossbows stacked on top of itself. And it's like attached to this gigantic mechanical contraption. We can use this to cheese a very, very dangerous enemy in this area. I've never fought it directly because, I mean, why work harder when you can work smarter? And so we're going to do the whole like Tecmo Super Bowl and just kind of zigzag and use cover where we can. So if I remember correctly, you do need the Arbalest to blow up this wall over here. Otherwise you won't be able to get the item. Doink, Scoob. We got the speckled stone plate ring. Oh, and I think there's going to be some giant crabs in this area as well. I thought you could go over here. I guess I'm wrong, just a little bit cover. Okay. So, Eldegusta says, what are theories about why specific people get the pus of man like Gundyr? Does it represent regret? Or maybe like with Cleric Beast, his humanity became more vicious because it was being sealed? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about Gundyr. Part of my thoughts right now could be that the champion Gundyr may have had his dark sigil healed by a firekeeper, and it might tie into his idea of being like captive. That I'll talk about when we get to the untended graves a bit more. I mean, I don't fully buy that idea for, I think, some probably fairly obvious reasons. But yeah, don't want to run directly at the arrows because we'll die. Some of those crabs I was talking about. And I forget what the Gundyr stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure about the Pus of Man. It could be because they're repressing their humanity that it ends up coming out. Maybe it's a product of faith. But Udex Gundyr makes it a bit weird, and maybe it's a product of the coiled sword within him. I mean, not like directly, but there is a kind of weird difference between Champion Gundyr and Udex Gundyr. It's worth wondering about. The KB Bizwalker says, what do you guys think about those Berserk movies on Netflix? Many say they suck, some say they're awesome, they look kind of strange. I couldn't stand the ones that were like rotoscoped. They looked a bit weird to me. I couldn't get into the animation style, so my favorite was like the original anime, but that takes some liberties from the manga, which are both good and bad. It ends on a ridiculous cliffhanger, though, so I would just say go with the manga and kind of ignore the stuff with, what's his name? Puck? Yeah, the little fairy guy. El Gusto says, to Abysswalker, the 3 movies were good, but it did awesome parts like the first Apostle Guts killed the snake guy. And Blue Mew says they cut way too much out of it, but it was still the best adaptation since the 90s adaptation. And the Berserk movies are awesome, and despite the weird CGI, they're good. Okay. Watching the anime is a bit proud. Eldegusta says, that's good, Protagonist. It's the easiest way to read it in bursts, otherwise it's daunting. Yeah. Okay, yeah, many other people agree that, like, the first 97 adaptation's probably the best one. And Victorious FIG, nice to see you again. Thank you for the lurks message. Yeah. Hopefully we'll all have a good time in this, not so good time of an area. Blue Mew said you fell behind with the comics and read over 50 chapters in 2 days. Unhealthy indeed. Especially because you want to continue to binge more, but you will not get that for a decade, or like, yeah, over a decade probably, the ability to binge. So I did take that arrow on purpose to break open this hole over here. I don't think you actually need to get in that way, but that's the way that I've always done it, because I know about it. It's cool. He did me dirty. Okay. Enough with this crashing sound. I was gonna say I probably should have healed up before dropping down into another pit with my luck. Got that, and so we got some floating rocks. Deep lore confirmed. Forget which way I want to go at first in here. But this is one of my favorite areas, despite like every other part of this area kind of sucking. Which is something really cool about this place. Chaos gem. Oh yeah, and we got the speckled stone plate ring that I should read. Now that we're not getting like crash sound effects on us. So my apologies for earlier for having us suffer through all that briefly. So stone plates are symbols of true knights, and speckled stone plates are granted to those who face an endless journey. Slightly increases magic, lightning, fire, and dark damage absorption. Whereas I guess we can't even see how much it works. Okay. So yeah, it does a decent amount, like 4 points each. A little bit more. Maybe it's more of a ratio. No, I guess maybe not. Definitely not bad. And Eldegusta says to Blue Mew that you read so much Berserk in one day your eyes stopped working normally, and you panicked and hoped you got depth perception back by sleeping. It worked, but damn. Here you go. And then Eldegusta says, because the Pus of Man may be like the Cleric Beast and humanity doesn't like being repressed. I think that's a potential read for it, for sure. And then Abysswalker says the manga is crazily detailed and absolute masterpiece. Yeah, I mean, it makes complete sense why it takes him like 2 months to produce one comic, but... Oh yeah. So these guys aren't Gru, but they're different. I don't remember exactly. how all of that stuff works out. But I don't know. I really like the designs of like these kind of demonic looking creatures, and they've got like this floating flame in front of them. Titanite shards. I'm sure an item around here will kind of tell us what's what. Okay, yeah, we got a decent amount of health. So yeah, some of the enemies in this spot are amongst my favorites, and then some of them are amongst the most annoying in the game. So those ones are more Gru. So I guess the big ones might be Gru as well. It's kind of weird that they have 4 arms instead of 2. Although I guess it is kind of maybe a little bit hypocritical to wonder why they look so different. Because I mean, Gru don't look very normal to begin with. It looks like there's plants growing out of this one, and there was the pyromancy tome right in front of it. I don't necessarily think that there's a reason for that, but it looks like this dude is praying to it, maybe. But I mean, sometimes they just reuse corpse assets, so it's a little bit hard to say. But yeah, I mean, you would expect that if the Gru became bigger, that they'd probably be more like the other ones that we see like wielding like trees in the Farron Swamp. So yeah, I don't remember what the big ones are. Let me check out what chat has to say, because you guys have probably already corrected me. So, Blue Mew says, you do wonder how Miyazaki used the imagery and lore from Berserk to tie into Dark Souls, and if connections were intended beyond that. I think he was probably just inspired. Yeah. El Gusto says, yeah, you binge read for hours, and apparently eyes don't like focusing on screens for that long. Yeah, it can happen, so... That's why, like the Nintendo consoles say, like, take a break every hour or so for, like, 5 minutes or something like that. Something that streamers follow religiously, I'm sure you guys can tell. And so... El Degusta said you like the diversity of demons compared to Dark Souls 1. I do too. I guess these guys technically aren't demons, but yeah, I know what you mean. Victorious says, Windows has built-in nightlight functionality that reduces the blue light, and gamma ray makes glasses... And gamma ray makes glasses you're wearing right now? No more screen headaches? Okay. You consider blue light reduction essential in this day and age? Back in my day. Yeah, for sure. Something like Akira? I don't know what you're talking about, Abyss Walker. Blue Mew says, you love the artwork along with Vagabond. Your art is somewhat detailed, but not as concise as an anatomy as it could be. You do art as well? Okay. Yeah, if you join the Discord, feel free to post some of your art in the content creation channel. El Degusto says, you always look for night mode, so what's the deal with the Gru? Yeah, I'm not sure. And Ramus, welcome back to the stream. It's always nice to have you here. As you can see, we've just kind of come down to, like, the more demonically based area of, the Smoldering Lake. Is this the way we just came in from? No. Okay. Okay, my memory is pretty good now. So yeah, it's pretty easy to get caught up by some of these oozes. I think they're probably good against fire. I don't remember what it takes to kill them. Other than swanging. This is kind of excruciating. Okay. Maybe they're weak to poison or bleed or something. If I had... let's check it. I guess I don't have like any poison throwing knives. I could have gotten those from Yuria. Probably, that's not going to do anything worse than my great sword. Doesn't mean it's just physical damage. What am I thinking? So yeah, I'm not sure. Oh. should actually mash to get out a little bit faster. Ooh, yeah, I'm low on HP. I was gonna say... What was I gonna say? But yeah, I'm not so sure about like why the Gru are the way that they are here. Like, it doesn't make a ton of sense. So it could have been like maybe the big ones are warped by their faith in demons or the pyromancies. Oh, I keep forgetting to read things that I left open on the screen. So yeah, I'll read that pyromancy tome before dealing with this next one. So this is a pyromancy tome from Izalith containing the pyromancies of the witches. Give to the old master pyromancy to learn chaos pyromancies of Izalith. Chaos pyromancies manipulate lava and birthed all later forms of pyromancy. So before the time of Izalith, it seems like they used what was called flame sorceries. And so I looked at some of that stuff in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. Like the Conjurator set is more like the cursed user set. Well, cursed user set, not cursed user. So I guess they were just like curse techniques before they became pyromancies. And as I've said before in the previous streams, like the term pyromancy in Japanese is jujutsu. And so it's more like curse technique. And so at least now there's that anime like Jujutsu Kaisen that's getting a bit popular. It's that same first word, like jujutsu. So curse technique. And so we might be able to think of pyromancies as curses in general, or pertaining to curses, and like, depending how you read Dark Souls 2, it could be that like all life is a curse, I guess. But yeah, like this area is not very difficult, it's just a little bit tedious at times. Goodbye. And so we got some of those floating statue dudes that were also in the original Izalith. But like I was gonna like finish off that point with something else, and there's nothing here quite yet. We get some more of the crazy Gru. We get some of the floating chaos orbs, or just floating. Is it floating chaos? I don't remember. They can see us, and then we can see them down there. So yeah, they might be Gru, but just like of a different variety. And so if we take the idea that like the Gru were originally men that got like transformed by their faith, that might tie into why we can find a different variety here, or it could tie into why like Corvians exist, because they might have believed in Velka, and so their belief in Velka could have changed how they're shaped, I guess. That was not the jump that I wanted. Damn it. Oh, I thought I got grabbed again. This guy out. It looks actually like this one's embered up. So maybe they're closer to flame. Yeah, he looks different from the ones found in the Farron area. Maybe because he's a caster? So maybe he's like in the in-between stages, or maybe I just forget what the ones in the forest actually look like. Okay. I believe going up this way will lead us back to where we came from, and then I'll try to make that jump a bit better, but I'll catch up on chat before that happens. Thank you for linking the Discord, Saturn. So let's go back up. John Bridge, welcome back. He said, digging the greatsword. Look at this Chad playing without UI. Damn, that's some tough lava. Is there a reason he's using the Mira armor set? Maybe because it's like mainly because it's lightweight, and so I can like still fast roll and use the shield to parry. And then Blue Mew asked for the Discord. Okay, Saturn linked it. And so Victoria says, maybe fashion, you can confirm you change your armor sets just to look pretty for the co-op ball. No, for me, like right now, it's kind of utility. It just kind of works that it works, I guess. I mean, I'm not crazy about my hat that I've got on right now, but I'm not knocking the fashion. We get the new bonfire. I think I want to go back. No. I don't want to respawn the enemies yet, so that's why I did not rest. It's been a while since I've been here, for sure. I keep saying for sure, and it's starting to annoy me. Now I probably made a mistake by pointing that out to you guys as well. It's kind of funny, like finding out what kind of idiosyncrasies you have as like a product of streaming. Oh, no, I know where we are. No, it's not this spot, is it? Okay, so this was the big circle. Okay, okay. Now I remember that spot. Those ones were weaker than I was expecting. This area is cool because we do get some more of like the demons, like actual demons corpses lying about. And then there's like a little bit of a secret area over here that I'm not trying to undo yet. These dudes from Lost Izalith. Oof. Maybe I got lucky there. So I don't really know if this place is still technically part of Karthus. I mean, I would assume not, just because we're in a different area. It has a different name. But at the very least, it does show that like Karthus was next to an area that at one point did have like a ton of demons. So this is like the Taurus demons from Dark Souls 1. Or not Taurus, but the Capra. So this is the secret area. If you listen closely, you can hear. Maybe I need to... Huh. I thought you could hear like the Black Knight swinging around in there. But yeah, there's a hidden wall right there to like fight a Black Knight, and he's like killing a bunch of demons essentially. Some pretty cool stuff. Probably right to begin with. The dead end. It's been a while since I've actually felt a little bit lost. But did I just skip it the first time around? I just ran past it? Okay. Yeah, that must have been exactly what it was. Yeah. Interesting. I feel a little bit silly. Okay, so I was in the right spot, but the bonfire distracted me because I didn't notice it the first time. Okay, so that makes my sense of direction actually feel a lot better now. Right now, I'll catch up with what you guys are saying. Ramus says, you wonder if part of what they called cursed was due to Gwyn's war on Izalith, since technically the opposite of the blessed is cursed. Calling them cursed might have made them easier to seal. Akaski says, so it's like pyro sorceries, then chaos pyromancies, then modern pyromancies. Oh yeah, I didn't finish my actual thought. Thank you for bringing that up. So with the, I looked at the, what is it? The one demon you fight when you first come into Izalith, the boss, the Fire Sage. I think that's what it's called. He actually used fire sorceries as well, or whatever they're called. It just I think they just called it like a flame art in English, but looking at the Japanese, it used the same term as like fire sorcery. So since he was a like the first demon that was made, and he was like the sage, he presumably got his fire sorcery from Witch Izalith herself before like actual pyromancy was created. So yeah, I did want to bring up that point, but I just kind of got? Shard. So there's a few patrolling dudes over here. I was that low on health? Was I at blue? I didn't think I was. Rip the HUD. Okay. It's okay. We've got our... it's not okay. We got all those oozes back now. Maybe I can run past them. So yeah. Kasky says, so it's like Pyro... Okay, I read that one. Kasky says, you think curse means they're departed from the Chaos Flame, which was called Izalith's Sin? That was stated somewhere. So yeah, what's her name? Izalith's daughter that you can find in the swamp. I forget what she's called. Not what I wanted. Okay, that's there. So yeah, the daughter that you can talk to in the swamp, Waylana, she mentions that like her mother tried to create like a duplicate first flame, and that was a sin, trying to create life like that. And so there's also the possibility that like that could have been the first sin. I mean, I don't think that's what Dark Souls 2 really tries to get at. But yeah, did want to bring that up. I'm taking fire damage, probably. Oof. Oh wow, I don't even remember. Oh, double grab me? That sucks. I'm probably dead now. That's kind of funny. So it seemed to like ember up after jumping on the Ashen one, which is cool. I don't think I ever noticed that. They're embered, okay. So Kasky says the Chaos Flame and demons are cursed since they were born from a sin and trying to replicate the first flame by Izalith. Yeah, I don't know if that's the exact same curse, but yeah, it's definitely a kind of sinful existence, I guess. Or an unstable one as a product of that Chaos Flame. Oh, I hit the wall. I don't know what spell they just tried to cast, but... The funny thing is, I'm pretty confident, like, this doesn't even really matter. This, like, jump, you can probably just come back around. But I think you guys kind of already know how stubborn I can be at times. Ugh, about that time I would have had it. So, Eldegusta says, Flame Sorcery, he had a catalyst like the daughters or the witch. Of the witch. Quaylana, okay, thank you, Ramus. I did have that correct. The first sin in Dark Souls 2 is supposed to be the linking of the flame. Yeah, it's kind of weird how they do treat sin as the series progressed. There we go. Oh, it didn't kill it. But no damage. Oh, and I get grabbed. It's not double drinking. Been having issues with that. Yeah, so these Grue seem a bit more bestial with the way that they attack. Maybe primitive would be the better word. Like they tend to tackle a bit more. Those ones at least aren't using weapons. For HUD. Ilana, the first sin in Dark Souls 2 is supposed to be the flame. And you think Gwyn may be the first sinner of Dark Souls 2 and he ordained demons of blasphemy? What is embering? So embering is essentially just like getting enough flame in yourself that like it empowers you. At least that's how it works for the Ashen one. I don't know if that will like becoming embered by these, like these Grue becoming embered would mean that they've that they'll get any extra attacks in their AI. That's not good. Oof, I just need to actually play better now. El Gusto says, Ember is short for membering, which in turn is a truncation of remember. Cool kids, you know. Ramus says, you're closer to the flame. Embers are what is left in a fireplace. You're closer to being good kindling. Damn it. Why do I keep screwing that up every time? It's cool. Finally. Screw these guys. Oh wow. Damn it. There we go. It's not how we go. Slow wind up is not helping me with these guys. But I just need to play better. But yeah, going back to the idea of embering, with the Ashen one actually embering, it just shows that since we can lose the state of being embered when we die, that ashes are not a good receptacle for being able to contain heat and link the flame. Just threw poop at me. That one only takes 2 hits to kill. This one, oh, we got both of them. How did I get poisoned? Must be like a mage below me or something, blowing out that mist. Or maybe it was just from the spear. Maybe both. It was weird. Get some shards. So we do see some more like of the capra demons surrounding us. That like swords stuck in them. So I guess they must have fought the Gru, or the Gru fought these guys. And as we like look at the statues over there, we got like the Taurus demon and like the Stray demon, I guess, or whatever it's called in Dark Souls 1. Retro Gamer says the Ashen Flask is cold. Yeah, and that's a cool thing as well. Because that wasn't in Dark Souls 2 at all, was it? I guess they did also like rework the magic system a little bit, but we get another one of those spellcasters over there. I think there's just like another bonfire like right over there. Don't need to deal with that now. Go ahead and light this one, and then deal with it. Yeah, definitely didn't need to go the way that I went, but I did. Because it just kind of all does link back together. Oh, whiff. I thought I killed it. Oh. Those things have a decent amount of health. Shard. Another ember. So yeah, these seem to be like demon ruins of some sort, since we've got like demon statues, or maybe people prayed to them and that might have created these Gru. Oh yeah, I forget those things are just like sentries. Oof, I'm at super low HP. Wait, why is my ring not... Weird. Oh, now I saw it. Briefly. No, maybe I'm just imagining that. Okay, whatever. So this is like one of the worst spots. So you want to try to get iframes. Which, that's not how you get iframes. Forget how I normally... Oh, I remember how I dealt with it now. I just kited people up the steps. Merkington, welcome back to the stream. Greetings from Merk. So, John Bridge says, what's the lore on stalk dung pies? I don't know. Miyazaki does seem to have like a fondness just for making like poop jokes, and so I think like the dung pie description even just talks about like it's something that hollows might miss, taking a crap. Yeah, but I don't know about the stalks more specifically. And so Ramus says, how do y'all take the fact that the Gru use a very specific type of pyromancy? Poison specifically is known to be heretical. So yeah, that might tie into Gru being former people that worshipped demons. And so that might be why they look a bit more demonic as well. Come on. Yeah, I really don't know what else to say. If these things really are Gru. Oh. Backstab. There we go, finally. It was a lot harder to set that up for some reason. And Brisson loves their weird chirping sounds. Victoria says, howdy to Merc. Same here, 45 minutes to freedom and sushi. Ooh, sushi sounds nice. Hopefully you're in an area where you can actually get like really good fresh sushi. California had great sushi. Japan obviously did. I'll say Texas, not so much when you're in the more landlocked area. So I think that's it for now. I think they might have just gotten so many signal flares out the first time, or whatever you want to call those things. We get another undead bone shard, ooh, and some good luck to not get dropped on. But yeah, let's check out some of these statues a bit more. They're really cool. We can see another Capra demon. That's fine. I was done panning the camera anyway. Yeah, I think that'll look really cool if I ever used it. So is it just me, or does like this kind of demon ever remind anybody else of like that one boss from Super Metroid? I don't remember which one it's called, but if you guys saw it, you'd probably know what I was talking about. That should be good. Gabriel says, isn't this Izalith? So yeah, there's a pretty strong possibility. I mean, there are some like structural differences between all of the areas, but like with the little like statue dudes that breathe fire, I mean, I don't know how else this area could be taken as than like a historical follow-on to Izalith, especially with like all of the corpses of the demons. Yeah. So this will come back to the area with the hidden wall that I was mentioning earlier. Those are where all those Gru are. I think this guy sees me? Yeah, okay. So he's fighting Gru, which I guess are kind of demons. Damn it. I was trying to actually use the binoculars. So I just really like the idea that like there's still remaining Black Knights that are like on their crusade against demons, which is what this guy's representing. I think he has an auto drop on his first death. No drop. Okay. Rip. Or maybe it's an auto, like, maybe it's this thing. Okay, yeah, the Black Knight sword. Sweet. Some Dark Souls 1 references. And so, yeah, like, the idea that this dude is stuck in this room with, like, these, mountains of corpses is just super cool to me. Greatsword? Oh, I guess it is. So this is the greatsword wielded by the Black Knights who wander the lands, designed to face chaos demons. The unique attack of this sword greatly reduces enemy poise, reflecting the tremendous size of the enemies that the knights have fearlessly faced. So, raise sword in the name of the first lord to temporarily boost poise. Damage reduced while activated. It takes a lot of dex, just like in the first game. Although I thought there were two variants, like the Black Knight Greatsword as well as the Black Knight Sword. Maybe it's only the one in this game. I might be mistaken. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they included both, though. Saturn says to Blue Mew, don't forget to click on the Madman's Knowledge to gain access to the server. Thank you, Saturn. I wouldn't worry about it too much right now, just because they're probably a little bit distracted with the stream, but I do thank you for that. So, Professor Gomez says that place is a classic BS area in Dark Souls. Oh, Izalith, yeah. It definitely suffered from lack of time and polish, unfortunately. What else? Which way do I want to go? This way? Rats. I feel like I'm going backwards, aren't I? Isn't there... Yeah, okay. And fall down there, and that's not a good time right now. But we will get a super important item over there. I don't remember if there's a closer bonfire. Got a big rat. Yeah, I'm definitely going through this backwards, it seems. So we're going to go back and go straight. Or is it just a big loop? Yeah, okay. We know this is where we first came in. Okay, yeah, so it does loop around. Yeah. But yeah, that jump is death for now. Because I do not have much in the way of fire resistance equipped. I think I want to actually ember up here shortly. Being punched by rats. So if I remember correctly, the next area is dangerous. Basilisks. Going towards it backwards. Unless you drop down, I guess. So poop is proof of life. That's a fair point. Victoria says, is that a stalk-eyed beetle on the stalk dung pie? Just be stalking going on if that's the case? Be a lot of stalking if going on if that's the case? Kraid or something? You can just block the lava? Yeah, I just don't have enough HP or fire resistance at this point. I don't think. Is it? Because I don't have, like, the fire resistance ring. So I might be able to get, like, 1 or 2 items, but definitely not, like, all 3 before I die. If that even is the right number. It's been a long time since I played. Alex, howdy yourself. Welcome to the stream, and welcome back to Tiny Boots as well. Lol, just parry the lava and you're good. Oh, is that exactly what you need to do? Okay, so this is where you would get invaded if you're embered. I think there's like another secret wall. Oh, you don't actually get invaded. He's just chilling here. So this is Sorig again. Although this time it's definitely not an invasion. Fume Ultra Greatsword and the Black Iron Great Shield. his great shield might actually help it. I think there's just another item before the lava. Oh no, I guess I was misremembering. I want to do this with the HUD on. How much HP do I have? 8. I think I am equipping the dragon shield. Yeah. Let's check out his shield. This is the great shield made of black iron, deeply feared for its association with Night Slayer Soreg. Black iron offers high defense and is particularly effective at warding off fire. As we see, it actually has worse fire defense than the Dragon Knight, or the Dragon Crest shield. But its other stats are really good, despite its weight. I heal up. Okay guys, we're gonna YOLO it and probably die, so go. Ember, that's the wrong one. Sacred Flame. It was all for the footage. I thought there was a third item. Oh no, that's later on with like all the oozes, I think. We go back this way and just run past everything. KB Abysswalker, you need to head out. Okay, thank you for stopping in, and hope you have a good day. Oh yeah, there's a this way. Ow. Go Tecmo. See with some rats. Maybe I'll just drop down this time, because this is the other room that I was thinking of. It connects. Maybe I want to get the souls though. Ugh. All the basilisks too. Too bad they nerfed Raim's sword. It's so cool. We're gonna YOLO it and probably die. It's just really the best way to live life. Keeping that phrase in mind if you ever get my merch. That's not a bad idea. Screw those rats. I guess we could add that one to that bitch is breathing. Me talking about the mimics. If anything, that is like the antithesis to YOLO, because I know I can respawn. That's what I get. I get cursed. Thanks, Scoob. Yeah, I should have just ran past the damn basilisks, because they don't really care. So yeah, I think overall there really isn't a ton about the Smoldering Lake. So I think like, well, this area is a little bit annoying. I think this area is cool, but like the area up above is it's just not good in my opinion. Like I don't really like it. Feels like there's too much bull crap for not enough reward. Kind of like this area, but I don't know. At least in this area you get some cool stupid stuff like the demon statues. This is kind of a dumb thing to care about, but it's different. Whip. Screw it. We're not gonna YOLO it. Toxic mist. Then we died. Where's the other one? Okay, so there's stairs, and then you really gotta run way the hell over there. Yeah, Retro Gamer says it's teeming with life and culture. Yeah, and so like above in the lake, I mean, the worm is super cool and definitely not so rare, I'll just say that, but other than that, it's kind of barren, and then the, just getting rid of the crossbow is annoying. I mean, it's not too bad, it's just kind of long and tedious. Not that this isn't tedious, but at least it feels like we're making progress along the way. Poor progress, but progress nonetheless. All 30 of my souls. Oof. I need to go the other way to the stairs first. You love the mimic line y'all came up with, you're gonna start using it. Justin says the worm is obviously Nito, he's become a giant skeleton pillar. Thank you for the deep worm lore. And also welcome back to the stream, Justin. Kasky says, if people bought Bitches Love Cannon shirts, they'll definitely buy that Bitches Breathing shirts. I just need to, you know, market it against the whole It's Always Sunny in Philly with that bitch is dead. It's the opposite of that one. I need to run straight. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll unequip this, and then instead of the Chloranthy ring, where is it? Speckled stone plate ring. Actually, let's just go the whole 9 yards. We're gonna be dumb about it. Well, smart. Well, that's dumb. Where's my fire? Okay. Scared. Oh, so we're doing pretty well with that one. This is the, kind of look like Gale, actually. I was gonna say this is the cannon way to go through here. Go. Right, here we go. Damn it. Definitely not enough. Forget how much I burn if I can heal up between that time, or if I'll die if I try. Ramus says you do find the Fair Lady corpse around. You wonder if she was moved there. Otherwise, this is probably Izalith already. You do find the Fair Lady's corpse? I don't remember. I'm gonna need to remember what spells we picked up. We picked up like the Toxic Mist and something else. Wow. White hair talisman. I don't remember if there's another item. I can heal while running through. Okay. So I think you probably, yeah, like in Dark Souls 1, you couldn't really deal with the lava outside of having the ring. Whereas in this one, you can heal a bit better during it. Like, I mean, I still died really quickly. Damn it. I thought I finally avoided it. This is our poor man Gale outfit. Gale is the Red Hood. We are certainly the Garbage Hood. This time I'll actually YOLO and then progress. Oh, couldn't drink enough. Okay, but no more items. Okay, good to know for sure. So Justin says, you thought this was Ash Lake with Izalith smashed in. Marksman with those fireballs. Wasn't Ashen Lake somewhat implied to be ethereal plane? I don't know about that, honestly. Back with our goofy set. I actually used that one. Oh, no, I'm too heavy. I had different shoes on before. Oh, it might have been these? Those for now. Wow, this is actually much better. Well, a little bit better than... Somehow I even like this. I like this even less than the goofy Clericat. Oh, I guess the Clericat does have better stats anyway. Okay. Whatever, I tried. So once I get back up to the big old catwalk, I will, read those items that we picked up. Teal as you walk. Okay. Ash Lake the Deep. I don't know about that, especially for Dark Souls 3. Wasn't there a hidden path around here too? Mama rat. Or do you just drop back down here? I'm not sure. Run past all the basilisks, and then we'll be where we were. Oh, and it looks like there's like... Maybe these are basilisk nests? They kind of remind me of eyes. Like beehives. Interesting. I really noticed that. So now that we got rid of Sorg, oh, there's another. Oh, there's a Black Knight. That's what it is. Oh, this goes up to the Arbalest anyway. Okay, I remember. I wasn't even trying to do that yet. I just forget how this area flows. Heck, that was lucky. Soul of a Crestfallen Knight. So yeah, I'm probably going to go back down. I don't remember if there's actually a bonfire up here or not. But I was going to say, I'm going to go back down to deal with having the Arbalest get rid of the Worm Forest, just because why wouldn't I? Easiest thing to do in the world. I mean, you can still screw it up, but... So you can tell that you're definitely loading in a new area when you have so many long ladders next to each other. So this is where the big old thing was, and it'll continue to shoot at us, I think, even over here. So it'll like rotate. We can take some cover over here. I think we might be in danger right here. Word bone. Pretty sure there's not a bonfire up here at all. Because that would just be way too convenient. Ow. So the rat gank area does have the illusory wall? Okay, I thought so. Thank you for confirming. We'll probably head back there anyway. I did miss that illusory. Okay. So I know you guys are delayed, but let me know if there is a bonfire up here. Otherwise, I'm just going to go all the way back down. Oh. Incentive to drop. With Dragon Rider bow. Oh, yeah, and I never read all this stuff. Okay. That's funny. So no bonfire? Okay. So longbow of the Dragon Riders who serve the old King of Want, however you want to pronounce it. So the Dragon Riders were the old King's royal guard, and great strength was demanded of them. Merely drawing this bow calls for inhuman strength. The worthy few who can master this bow, however, use it to devastating effect. I don't remember if you actually need to be stationary while you're using this, but yeah. Definitely cool. I don't remember picking this up. Oh, this is from, okay, yeah, those other grew. So let's check out the white hair talisman. This is talisman made from a lock of white hair. This lock of hair belonged to a deformed member of the Chaos Witches, mothers of the art of pyromancy. Fashioned into a talisman, it enables the wielder to cast both miracles and pyromancies. So it's kind of interesting that you can use something that belonged to the Chaos Witches to use it for miracles and pyromancies. And this will allow the combustion skill just like the actual pyromancy flame. So, to a deformed member of the Chaos Witches, I wonder if that's supposed to be a reference to the Fair Lady, because she does have like the white hair as well. So, yeah. So you guys do say it's a dead end? Yeah, the one for Quelana's Proton. Mathota, probably the gods, when they wage war against demons. Vendrick is the King of Want. Yes, I remember that. Thank you. What else did we pick up? The tomes. Okay, Sacred Flame, and then Toxic Mist. So this is pyromancy taught among savages. Flame burrows inside foes and ignites. originally used in a ceremony for cleansing sacrificial impurities, thereby lending the spell its name. As barbaric as it seems, this may in fact be quite fitting for the savage pyromancers who consider themselves servants of the divine. I wonder if divine is... If that's like a reference to Shinpi in Japanese. It does come up in a few contexts, like nothing nearly as like big a deal as like Bloodborne, or like nothing with like quite the same connotation. I just wonder. So it's interesting that they also use this to cleanse impurity, because being able to cleanse impurity in these games is pretty rare, and so maybe they did it to get rid of the darkness inside themselves. So, I wonder. Yeah, I might want to check this one out later on my own. And then Toxic Mist is unique pyromancy of Angi that never gained currency in the Great Swamp. Creates an intense poison mist. Driven from the Great Swamp, they say that at the end of his journey, Angi happened upon a virulent poison, or virulent, I can't say it, virulent poison and a young lady. Virulent poison and a young lady. So... now this makes me wonder if like the Gru that we see here are related to the eggs that were hatched by the what's her name? The Fair Maiden or the Fair Lady in Dark Souls 1. Like that, I don't think that really makes a ton of sense, but now I wonder. Or maybe it's the worm. Why wouldn't it be the worm? Huh. I wonder. So Kasky says the illusory wall leads to the Izalith Catalyst. Mathota. Oh, I missed your name earlier. Okay, so Mathota Suri, welcome to the stream. He said, why do we even go to Izalith in this game? It feels like you just break into the demon's house and start killing folks. I think you pretty much have it right on the money. You go there because you can, and I guess technically like it sets up some of the lore for the Twinses and the DLC, but yeah, there's really no strong reason to come here. I know that in cut content, I guess there's supposed to be an elevator or something that led from the area with the demonic prince that led into Irithyll, so presumably it could have been an alternate access route, maybe if you didn't have the doll, but it didn't work out for whatever reason. Or was it that led to the profane capital, and then from there you might be able to go to Irithyll. I don't remember for sure. Thota said, who is implied to have made that giant crossbow anyway? Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what the crossbow is about. It's just there to annoy the shit out of players. So Cassie said in response to that, it was probably the gods when they waged war against the demons. That's probably a fair point. So it could have been Vendrick with his giants against the demons. Sacred Flame is OP in PvE. And then Justin said, so Sacred Flame is so cool, the only grab in the game. Okay, so it's that one. Mathota says, that pyromancy reminds you of what the priests in the Undead Settlement do to you? Yeah, when they grab you. Twinses isn't a term that you've heard before? Yeah, so okay, I should probably explain that. So Twinses is a kind of shorthand for the twin princes, which I guess that's a reference to the Lothric and Lorien and not like the twin demon princes. I don't know, I forget. So yeah, which is sort of why they follow the demon sages. Oh, sorry. You always assume the Gru were descendants of the lesser demons like the Taurus and Capra demons, which is sort of why they follow the demon sages. Well, presumably the Gru were men. But like my guess would be that they were probably men who worshipped demons and then began to resemble them, just like how in the Painted World there might have been people who believed in Velka and started to transform into crows. So that's where we get the Corvians from. But yeah, I don't know. I thought there was an extra wall with the rats, so thank you guys for confirming my suspicions. Because if I was on my own, I probably would have hit every wall, but sometimes being on stream, that feels a little bit tedious. Okay. There's Titanite Shard, and was there another one behind this one? Yes. Okay, yeah. Because I remembered, I was like, there should be a way to get over here. The Eyes of the Staff. Okay. Run away! Because I remembered seeing that little, like, alcove thing by the basilisk, and, like, I thought there was a way to get there. Okay, so that makes sense. So that's it for now. So we're gonna go let the crossbow thing kill the, what's it called? The gigantic worm, and then we're gonna come back, make a big old loop. Actually, this will probably be faster. Because I hardly ever use these damn things anyway. And then I need to read that staff. Check it out. So this is the ancient catalyst of the Witch of Izalith and her daughters, used long before the dawn of chaos and of pyromancy. of pyromancy. With the birth of the Chaos Flame, the Flame Witches were at once both sorcerers and shamans. Faith adjusts the power of sorceries cast using this catalyst, and the staff also seems to boost the power of dark sorceries. So I think like this ties into many of the other things that we've been talking about on the stream, where there is a huge overlap between faith, intelligence, souls, sorceries, and miracles, and they're kind of all linked to the flame. And so essentially in the before times, before like cultures came along and traditions like messed with the idea of like how the world is supposed to be, like they probably were a bit closer in their nature to the flame because they discovered it. So that might be why their flame sorceries are flame sorceries as opposed to pyromancy. Yeah. Not too much like special about it. It really just looks like a regular stick for the most part, which is like a intertwined helix at the top. I guess like one could probably headcanon that like maybe the helix is supposed to represent DNA or life itself, but I feel like that's like a little bit of more of a meta reading than something I would personally buy into. So Professor Gomez, thanks for stopping into the stream and chatting with us as always. Hope you have a good day, and I hope your classes go well. And wait, you guys are saying the Izalith Catalyst can't cast pyromancies? I didn't know that. That's crazy. So once we come over here, we can spawn the gigantic worm thing, and then there's a certain spot we can stand where we'll be immune from, ouch, the gigantic spears, but it will continue to hit the worm. I thought it was right here actually. So it continues to coil. So I mean, the worm is a little bit trivial when you use like magic to deal with it, but like if you're like a melee build, obviously that's going to just be a gigantic pain. It has like lightning covering it. Should probably, yeah, if I die that's cool I guess. All in the name of footage. So we could have dealt with the Arbalest first to then be able to deal with this a bit more head on. Oh, I should probably heal up. So as the meme goes, yeah, I'm not having a good time right now. So it almost looks like this snake is just like maybe made out of a spine of some sort. Spinal column. It almost looks like bone. Kind of hard to get a good look at while you're getting shot. Ow. So I want to use its breath attack again, but I think it stays pretty much over there as well. Like I don't think you can really kite it around the area, which is both a good and a bad thing. Shot at. Actually, maybe here I'll be safe. So yeah, it looked like there were a little bit of skeleton arms coming out of its neck. I'll try to get another look at that. Yeah, so it does seem to be like made out of a bunch of undead body parts. Yeah. Oh, it's like trees and like hands, although they don't seem to have like 5 fingers. Okay. So we're gonna go get our souls. Shield of Want. Probably. Ooh, I didn't realize I was already so low on health. Oh, no, 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 not like that, not like that. Thought I was about to lose all of those. I don't even know how many I have, it's just the principle of the matter. So we can just stand right here, and it'll continue to get shot at. Maybe I need to back up a little bit. Maybe I should be fine now. This is the thrilling comment I know we've all been looking forward to. Kind of want to turn on the HUD just to show it off, but I also don't want to like accidentally do it while it dies. But it should be taking damage right now. Sweet. Lightning Stake and the Undead Bone Shard. So yeah, that was that. And then, oops. I think that's 2 shards now. I should probably actually go back to the shrine, use them, and then deal with everything forward. Ahead, rather. So, sweet. Hard day's work. That's why it's important to know where and what you can cheese. Because otherwise, like, trying to melee deal with that big old snake is just going to be a pain in the butt. I guess you could probably just kill it easily from behind, but that was good enough. So Justin says it does a lot of damage. The stick part, not the actual sorcery. Interesting. This safe spot's right in front of the boss fog. Yeah, there's multiple places you can stand. Retro says, Hair can cast pyromancy, but not a magic staff. Shake your head. Not quite enough to level up, so why'd I come back here? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I guess I could have just burnt them over at the other bonfire. I just kind of always do it here. I don't remember how many large shards I picked up. I think like 3. Probably not enough to level up. While we're here, let's just check.
Just what needs smithing. Another matter. Believe
Yeah, I must have messed up the Hawkwood stuff. Maybe by killing the Dancer early, or the Abyss Watchers. One of the two must have done it. Oh, it's just one more. Okay.
Pretty.
Will Grey Rat say anything now? Probably not. I think we actually need to get to Earthhill first. Or maybe after getting patches we'll do it.
Oh, hello, you're back. And in one piece. Well, Now it's time I do my part, huh? You can keep the ring.
Okay.
As
I guess the assassin set was from him. I'm just picking up the lightweight pieces of armor in case I wanted to switch those out at all. His Divine Blessing, super expensive. May as well start to buy some of his items before he goes AWOL. And then we got the Lightning Stake, I think it was, from the Worm. So once we go back, I'll read that. So Mathota Suri says, you guess it predates pyromancy, so it must have been good for the Lost Fire sorceries back in the day. Justin says he's Nito's Bone Pillar form. He even drops miracles, which his Covenant uses. Does he? Ramus says you can use the crossbow to kill it. Just yeah, okay. Justin says there's a clam nest right before the boss room. Okay. And then Merc says when you fight Old Demon King, make sure to get lots of footage of him at low health trying desperately to hit you. You don't think you can burn undead bone shards at bonfires other than the shrine? Well, maybe you're right. Okay, so I do need to go that one. Yeah, I mentioned this on like one of my earlier streams, but my first time playing through Dark Souls, like I didn't really, Dark Souls 3, I didn't know about the mechanic behind the undead bone shard. So I actually think I beat Sullivan before I even used any of them. I need to go back this way. Why am I coming this way? Oh yeah. Damn it. Yeah, so it's kind of funny looking back because I remember when I found out about it, I was like, what the hell? Like because I think I was just collecting them because I thought they only influenced the bonfire you were currently next to, so I didn't think about like that you could only do it at the Firelink Shrine one. So I was just kind of hoarding them until I figured I was going to get into like a late game area where I really wanted them. So it wasn't until I went there because I was like, oh, I could probably just, you know, use these at the shrine one and then just go back to the shrine whenever I need like upgraded Estus healing. So yeah, that was totally me being a goober my first playthrough. Got up to or like right after Sullivan before I realized how it actually works. He's got more poison than me. So what's the Lightning Stake? So yeah, this is stronger than the Lightning Spear. So this is a lost dragon slaying miracle, strikes with a stake of lightning. This tale describes the lost practices of ancient dragon slayers, who found that in order to pierce the dragon scales, lightning should not be hurled as a bolt, but rather be thrust as a stake directly into the dragon's hide, to be truly effective. So, if I remember correctly, there's nothing really like this one exactly in Dark Souls 1, so maybe this is supposed to be a retcon, or maybe we're supposed to take that as kind of the limited memory of the characters of Dark Souls 1 being present within Dark Souls 3. Because, I mean, while they did use, like, lightning magic and lightning spears, I think Gwyn's one wasn't, like, cast in the same kind of, fashion as this one, where it needed to be, like, stabbed into the dragons. But, yeah. So, Gravelord Sword Dance is a miracle. I remember that it's a miracle, but who drops it again? Are you talking about the old Demon King? And so Mathota Suri says, why on earth does the Bone Snake have a miracle for hunting dragons? And so yeah, that's a good question. We don't have a good answer for it, unfortunately. So a lot of people like to meme and joke around that the snake must have been, what's it called? Solaire. Oh no, that's not good. Okay, big old tree saved us. We heal for about half health now, I think. So yeah, there's really no reason that I know of that the big snake has the lightning stake of all the spells. So, I remember that the Great Lord, Grave Lord Soul Dance was in the Nito Covenant, but I don't think it gets dropped in 3. I know that, what's his name? Aldrich can use it. I think I don't even need to kill these bone wheels. Safe over here. We get little cairns here, so probably a little bit of graves. We can see the big old crabs, and then we can get kind of a safe look over the rest of the lake. So, yeah, this place could potentially be Ash Lake. And so if, was it Justin that mentioned that there's a clam outside the boss room? Yeah, that could be more of a direct tie between the two areas. Because, at least in Dark Souls 1, like, the not untended graves, but the giant catacombs, as well as the Izalith, they were, like, right next to each other, and then from both places, you could kind of see Ash Lake. So they kind of all were next to each other, at least in the original game. And with, like, the lands converging, it's a bit a possibility that they kind of came together even more by the time of Dark Souls 3. So these were the dudes that we found in Karthus Catacombs earlier. So this might have been like why we know like Karthus could have been fighting the demons, aside from all the other bleed stuff. And so now that we're this close, the Arbalest should not be able to fire at us. I think this one actually has a bit more health than the one in Karthus, which wouldn't be too surprising. Damn it. Oh, that's a long run up too. Should have backed off and healed. Oh, I know why that's a bit different for me. I don't think I actually equipped my ring back. Yeah. I was wondering why it felt a bit weird. Okay. Like, the ring doesn't make, like, a huge deal. Like, I should have, like, played better, honestly, but like, having been used to how much faster it regenerates the stamina, I was wondering why I wasn't swinging faster. So I think that's what got me caught, but yeah. Maybe we'll get lucky and a Black Knight will drop something for us. I don't know, I doubt it. So El Gusto says, Gwyn is special, he is puissant. And then Merc says that the Smoldering Lake snake being Solaire is officially your headcanon. Oh. And then Justin says, it's perfectly reasonable why the worm drops a miracle. We're in Izalith, which the Silver Knights fought against. No doubt the worm must have swallowed a few. That's probably a fair interpretation. And then he said the lightning snake might have been a miracle to slay dragons who were grounded during the war. Yeah, that's probably a good fair reading on it. It's just a bit weird that I'm pretty sure that item doesn't exist in Dark Souls 1 is all. So it's either like a retcon or just it just shows like how, damn it, watch him drop something this time. want to do. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I need to know. I need to know. Ooh! You got the greatsword and the armor? I was tempted to leave it, like, super hard. Oh, I forgot to read the Fume Ultra Greatsword, too, so, okay. The Fugs. That 11 look, maxed out luck build. Okay. So, Ultra Greatsword wielded by the Black Knights who wander the lands, designed to face Chaos Demons. The Black Knights constantly face foes larger than themselves, and this sword's unique attack greatly reduces enemy poise. Yeah, definitely uses a big boy strength there and weighs a crap ton. And where's the other one? 10 to 16. So they do have both in the game. Just Greatsword and Ultra Greatsword. Okay, okay. So this twisted sword, the heaviest of all Ultra Greatswords, resembles black slate. This weapon, said to belong to a trader from long ago, was so heavy that it found no owner and became a forgotten relic of history. And then that's kind of weird that it says it like that because, you know, we do fight the owner. It just shows that, I don't know, he's nothing. Actually has a ton of physical resistance, so it's a pretty decent shield. Kind of interesting. Ramus says, good stream, dude. Great talk, guys. Have a good day. Okay, Ramus, I hope you have a good day, too. Thank you for stepping in, as always. And then Merc says, the lightning snake dropping a lightning stake is not that weird. That's a quality pun. I'll give you credit for that. Dionysus Eleutherios, welcome into the stream. You said weapon kind of slow. Yeah, I agree. I don't know, just trying a different build than my normal, like, straight sword noobery, I suppose. Justin says that room with the 3 rats has an illusionary wall. With the 3 rats? Didn't I already get that one, or is there another illusory wall? Justin says, yeah, it doesn't. The only lightning miracles in Dark Souls 1 were the spears and the lightning blade. Yeah. So, Bingo Boppins, welcome back to the stream. And so let's check out that badass Black Knight armor. So, armor of the Black Knights who roam the lands. The Knights served the first Lord Gwyn, and they followed him into the flame upon its linking. They became ash, but still wander the realms to this day. So, relics from Dark Souls 1, and really cool armor, of course. Pretty good armor, a lot of poise, and fortunately, I can't wield it now. Well, I mean, I probably could. Actually, I don't even know if I could with the shield, but because my armor's already pretty light. But Gabriel says the Fume Knight is your favorite Dark Souls 2 boss. Oh yeah, and thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say the Fume Knight was an enemy in Dark Souls 2, so there is kind of that whole homage to a previous game. So as we see, like, running up here quickly does have a decent amount of load in, so it makes sense that there's a lot of ladders. And it seems like this one's more like to slow the player from coming down rather than going up to a certain extent. The Brisson says, you want a shirt with welcome, sorry for the atrocities. Fume Knight is the rebound. I think I already passed the illusory wall. Yeah, I mean, I'll go back, like, once we deal with the crossbow thing. So, Ivory is Chad tier, Fume is Virgin, Pseudo Ashen. Mathota says, everyone gives Patches credit for lasting through all the ages, but this Black Last Night has lasted eons before some random undead comes up and backstabs him. Yeah. Tree. 1, 2, 3. We're good for now. I don't remember how much HP I have. Okay, almost max. I think I can leave the bone wheels. Thought there was an area where they can actually hit you. Closer up. Okay, I can leave those guys there. Alright, let's try to fight these one at a time, but better this time. Oh, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Sweet, I think that was the last one we needed to level up again, which is perfect. We just need to get our souls and not die and then just turn off this damn contraption. I should probably delay between attacks. Keep them actually stun locked. And 2 little shards. Oh damn, I take a lot of damage, I guess. Push the lever. Turn this damn thing off. And then we see there's like the corpse of a giant over here. So presumably like the giants built it. And this guy's died. Bad stuff. I guess there's multiple ones. If I was in the online mode, I'd leave a note about something tragic, I guess. So that's pretty much this for now, and then I guess I missed a second illusory wall, but probably by the rats. Oh, probably like the big square room. Yeah, I think, yeah, that makes sense. Because it's a little bit rare for them to just like have a completely blocked off sections. I thought there was something else other than just this. I thought there was like an item. So maybe I'll just bone shard and then go into it that way. Oh, there's a drop down. Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, and then I'm gonna say I'm probably gonna die to gravity because I always die to gravity. Something else? No? Damn it, I thought I switched it. Oh. Or is this just a kind drop? Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Nothing important. Okay, so going back to the chat. Justin says the giant white room above the giant rats has the illusory wall that has the fair lady's corpse. The giant white room above the giant rats. Okay. Bristan says the Mathota, true, but they don't seem to have retained much personality, whereas Patches is a lovable ball of sunshine and kindness. More like opportunism. And then El Degusto says, and the Queen was strong enough that he could probably get away with bolts, but non-Gwyn battles use different tactics. Also, the opening cinematic had a great volley of bolts rather than one. I think I missed what you said earlier. Oh, okay. You think that the stake represents a technique developed to better slay dragons because normally Go said they killed 2 score of them or something per dragon taken down. Oh, okay. So yeah, the dragons killed like 2 score of like the humans or whatever before they took 1 dragon down. And then the Queen was strong enough that she could probably get away with the bolts, but non-Gwyn battles use different tactics. Okay, I see what you're saying. Dionysus says, those skeleton wheel enemies are the oddest design in a Soulsborne game. A lot of people think they're just kind of like a design or a reference or like a callback to Berserk, where you can kind of see those things, but I think they're probably an older design and just kind of one of the kind of quintessential occult monsters. Because in ancient times, people were tortured with wheels and their bones were broken on it, so there is kind of like that association with skeletons and all that. So going this way, we can find Horus, if I remember correctly. Maybe I want to do that now. How many Estus do I have? 4? Yeah, I could probably do this now. And somebody, if you could remind me if there's actually an invasion down here, that'd be cool, because then I might ember up. So now we got rid of like the biggest threats in the area between the crossbow and the worm. The crabs can actually be problematic though. Ooh, a chunk. stuff. And so we get Horus. And then I need to actually unequip this or switch back to my Estus later on because I always forget. And he's already hollow, presumably. I'm not sure if it went actually through the first time. Okay, it did. Nothing else over here. Bat rolling like a boss. Probably parry him easily. Maybe not. Maybe because that's a skill. We got the Llewellyn shield. And then these guys have some more shards. And a yellow bug pelt. Okay, so that's good enough. Catch up with the chat and then read the Llewellyn shield. Brisson says, between the fair lady's corpse and the dead giant blacksmith in Anne Orlando and the Plin Plin Plon, Miyazaki was really trying to break our hearts with this game. And then Justin says, torture wheels are from the real world though. You can see them. You can see Irithyll from here. Okay, from here? Okay. And El Degusta says, also Nameless King and Yaboy Ornstein used lightning spears and they still had a footrest to better plunge dragons. Bingo says, you wonder why the giants were guarding the demon ruins. I would assume that they probably built the machinery there just because it's gigantic and they were kind of slaves for thing. El Degusto says, what is Plin Plin Plon? Oh, that's like the onomatopoeia that the research hall users use. Maybe that's the Japanese for it? I don't remember. But it's plip plop, plip plop. That's like the sound that they hear in their enlarged water-filled heads. And Gabriel says, Dark Souls 3 is Miyazaki's way of saying, move on from Dark Souls, everything is gone and rotting. And then El Degusto says someone has to guard the thing. Bingo. Reject fire, embrace blood. Brisson says, Gwyn's theme from Dark Souls 1 that plays during Phase 2 of the Soul Cinder. Okay. Oh, Plin Plin Plon represents the first 3 notes of Gwyn's theme? Okay, interesting. Brisson legit almost cried when you heard those 3 notes during the Soul Cinder. Reject the blood, embrace the shadows. Oof. Justin... Oh, I keep doing that. Justin says, you went to Ember Up for the boss since there is a pyromancy NPC who, they live through the fight, allows you to get Cornix's attire. Thank you. I would have forgotten about that. So I want to summon for this fight, actually. And then El Degusto says, anyone else want to eat the crystal lizard tail so you have more stamina for Colossus slaying? And then Effervescent Soliloquy, welcome back to the stream. You said, you can parry a charge. In fact, it's one of the easiest moves to parry. Well, I guess I screwed it up. Okay. So thank you for the clarification. So this says, metal shield crafted by the Great Smith. I don't know what Smith is talking about. Maybe Vamos? Fashioned from rare guy steel, it excels at various types of damage absorption. Maybe it's just Andre. Yeah. Straightforward. I know Llewellyn is a surname, but maybe looking into the etymology of it might reveal a little bit more about Horus, I guess. Maybe he was wielding or wearing armor similar to Iron Tarkus? Kind of looked like the black armor. Maybe the Shrine Handmaiden will have something now, I don't know. So we'll deal with the crabs, go back to the bonfire. So, alright, I'll kill this crab or it'll kill me, and then we'll take a quick stream break so I can let the furry friend take care of some business. Sweet. Double sweet. Okay. So yeah, we'll take a quick BRB, and that'll be maybe be about 5 minutes or so. So stick around, and then I'll catch you guys in a little bit. Alright, and we're back. So, sorry for the delay. We got our furry friend taken care of, and her paws are now all clean. No more mud. So let's catch up with the chat for a little bit. And then... Effervescent Soliloquy says you can parry the charge, okay. You can still get Cornix's attire if you kill him, right? No, but if you don't summon her, you can't get like a whip or something like that. Because I remember I was trying to get like all the rare weapons, and there's something that you do need to summon that NPC for. Justin says one Ember Crab is passive for some reason. Interesting. And El Degusto says maybe that Skelly Smith with the tentacles, mysterious guy in the catacombs in one. Yeah, so Vamos was the blacksmith in Dark Souls 1, so maybe the Llewellyn shield is referencing him. I don't remember if the Llewellyn shield is in Dark Souls 1, but yeah. Bingo Boppin says, coming up your boy, Great Swamp Cuckoo Bird. And then Effervescent Soliloquy says, you'd like to hear my thoughts on the skeleton ball crab because you wasn't here for it. I don't have much in the way of thoughts about the skeleton ball crab. I think it's kind of funny. Probably just more like a joke than anything. The developers like to do stuff like that when they can sometimes. I keep thinking like that first means they're deaf. Ooh, I'm low on HP. So yeah, Justin says it's Spotted Whip. Yeah, I think you're right with that. And then El Degusto says you miss Vamos and Frompt. They were your homeboys. Oh yeah. I'm not actually using my shield right now. Oh, I actually need to R2 after that, I guess. I don't know what that status does. Oh, I'm like slow. I'm covered with bubbles. So is that one the passive one? Oh, I'm out of FP now. Okay. Forget that that's a thing. Oh, so there's a couple more. I guess I could always turn the Arbalest back on for things. Is there even anything over here? Oh, there's a shiny item. We're screwed. Gotta go get it. Anyone know if the crabs are like weak to bolt or something? Ooh, I think I angered the other one. Was this the passive one? Oh, okay. Random. Excuse me. Oh, got grabbed. Ooh. Oh, it killed me. That's not so cool anymore. So, Flashy, welcome back into the stream, and it's nice to see you. So, Justin says the trees remind you of the trees in Ash Lake. No? Yeah, so we were saying that there is a decent possibility that all of Ash Lake, what else? Izalith, and... What am I blanking right now? And like the untended... Damn, why do I keep calling it untended graves? Izalith, the Ash Lake, and parts of Nito's domain, the Catacombs of the Giants could have like been mashed together with the convergence of the lands. And so that could have all been like smashed together to create the Smoldering Lake. So like these trees over here could be related to the arc trees of the Ash Lake. And then the place below could be more related to Izalith. Because we do see all of that kind of stuff next to each other in Dark Souls 1. This is where we just were, and so we see my souls over there. So I'll probably just try to sprint past all these damn crabs and go get that item in the distance. Is this the nice one? I like this. We get Ludwig sprayed. Ooh, a Chaos Gem. That's cool. I don't think I've even looked at any of the gems yet. Other than just for like the infusion. Because I know we picked up another one, I think. We're going to go back to the little ruins. And then we're going to look for the remains of the fair lady, I guess. I might just warp. But I feel like when we're already this close... It almost seems like the scale is different. It felt like we ran a really long way to get to where we were, and that's not the case here. Oh, okay. Turned around. So, Elder Gusto says that Geisteel is totally a Dark Souls 2 thing, though. Maybe it's from Drangleic. Okay. Phobos, welcome to the stream. You said, what is the lore on the crabs? Yeah, I don't know. Justin was saying that this place might be related to Ash Lake, and later on we can see that there's a man-eater crab corpse over by the boss's door. So we'll be on the lookout for that, because that could definitely more directly tie this area into the Ash Lake of Dark Souls 1. But yeah, we're already back at this bonfire, so it just shows the areas are pretty close together. So we're going to YOLO jump off of this little cliff here, and then go try to find the fair lady. Damn, not the YOLO jump that I wanted. Wow. So you guys said over here. Oh, I think I remember now. Maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, okay, because I thought there was another way to get over by the rat as well. Okay, yeah, I remember this now. Yeah, because you can see the drop. Soul of the deceased corpse, of a deceased corpse. Kind of dumb, why did I say it that way? Oh, so we literally ran past it earlier. Okay. So we already got all this stuff here, I just didn't look left. That's funny. Or maybe, oh, I think I just died every time, so I didn't worry about it. That's what it was. So it looks like there's an extra corpse next to her. We get the Kolana Pyromancy Tome. So this does establish that like this was the Fair Lady. I guess maybe she finally emerged from the spider? Is that what that's supposed to imply? I don't know. It's weird. Check it out. So going back to the chat. Crabs are a Dark Souls 3 meme animal. Bless. Effervescent says, you always felt that the riposte time for enemies is way too short in Dark Souls 3. You were happy last night beating Midir solo on Embered, but it was 1 second too late for finishing with a parry. Oh, rough. Gesundheit, thank you. And Dark Souls 2 had pigs, and then Tomb of the Giants. Old Augusta says, you think Dark Souls 2 implied bonfires trace the pilgrimage of Gwyn? There's so much you want to know about the Firekeepers. Then Effervescent says, the Smoldering Lake is most definitely Ash Lake, but also notice that one of the backgrounds is like Midir's boss arena. Looks like the background we see for the furtive pygmy. I'll have to look at that again. Aldegusta says, you think the deep may actually be Ash Lake? Smoldering Lake you think is maybe from the Discharge's corpse. Oh yeah, ceaseless discharge. Interesting. I wonder, I mean, he should obviously have been killed at some point, but yeah. I never thought about that implication, because like, if Gwendolyn can live, even though it's more like an optional boss and all that, like, what if other random things lived as well, like the ceaseless discharge? Not that I think it did, I'm just wondering now. So Effervescent says, maybe the crabs are an evolved version of the clams from Dark Souls 1, lol. And Justin says, the deep Aldrich dreamt of was most definitely Ash Lake. I don't think so. I feel like the deep is more of a metaphysical thing than an actual physical location. So Eldegusta says, you forgot Dark Souls 2 had pigs like the Wind Waker. Clams evolving into crabs is totally a Pokemon type thing. Blessed lava corpse, man. It's Quilana comforting her sister. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I forget that the Fair Lady isn't named. Okay, yeah, that was just me being dumb. So they did have a reunion. That's kind of sad. So thank you guys for telling me I'm an idiot in very nice ways. Okay. Fair Lady is the Chaos Covenant leader. Yeah, no, the Fair Lady was the Chaos Covenant leader. So you are remembering correctly. So by giving her like 30 humanity, you can go into Izalith like the back way. Not deal with all the dragon butts or dinosaur butts, whatever they are. Bobo says, it's weird that there aren't any crabs in Bloodborne, being marine animals and all. Yeah, there's not crab enemies. I don't even think there are crab assets now that you pointed out. Huh. Anyway, this is a pyromancy tome of Quilana containing her unique spells. These pyromancies can only be taught by a female master. Give to a female pyromancy master to learn Quilana's pyromancies. Quilana, the sole surviving witch of Izalith, once accepted a human pupil, but after the pupil moved on, she never took another. So that human pupil could potentially have been the chosen undead, or I guess somebody else technically, but they do tend to leave things like that vague at times. So maybe it's canon that the chosen undead was a pyromancer? I don't know. Even Dark Souls 1 had crabs too also. So Eldegusto says Ash Lake is probably the most metaphysical abstract place next to the kiln. Ho ho. I don't know. I think that was it here. Was there anything else? Those rats down there. Okay. And we ported to the one bonfire. What's our souls like? Okay. Actually, we'll do this. Probably die. Wasn't trying to kick. Should be enough. Okay, perfectly. We're gonna go back to the shrine, and then we're gonna port to the closer bonfire, and then deal with the boss of this area, and then that'll pretty much cover this area. I think we got everything up top, below. Yeah. Cult was having a deep, contentious Bloodborne lore discussion with Meanie in the Discord, but you're here. Welcome to the stream, Colts. Nice to see you again.
Welcome home, Master.
Hope you enjoyed the discussion. I guess I'll be taking a look at that when I get a free moment
Then
later
touch
on.
the pig nut. Let these souls withdrawn
It's a lot of damage.
manifestations of despair. Farewell, me.
Should probably start leveling up my vitality again or something.
Ah,
I should have leveled up the weapon, because I think I forgot to do that. Well, I wouldn't have had enough souls for it anyway.
That is what.
Do I seriously have 12 of them? That's so crazy. Okay.
Pretty.
So when it rains, it pours.
That is what.
Yeah. A lot more damage. Okay. So now we just need another chunk.
ah.
Let's buy gray rat stuff.
Oh, and
Alright, so we're gonna go back and then we're gonna maybe I should save it now. If the lady dies, that's kind of it for the weapon, isn't it? I mean, not that the weapon's the biggest deal, but why did I just do I always do that. Yeah, I think if the lady dies, you won't get the whip or something like that. Not that it's a terribly big deal, but if we're actually bothering to remember it, may as well try to grab it. So, Bobo says Dark Souls 1 had those weird eldritch things in Izalith. It's a pity they never showed up again. Oh yeah, like the chaos. I guess they're not demons, but I know what you're talking about, like the big bug things. We go to Antechamber or the Ruins? Forget which is which. This one, probably. So Justin says, Vagrants for Dark Souls 1 and the literal crab claws from Dark Souls 2. Didn't a chaos bug go inside the Lost Sinner? The Sunlight Maggot? The cult said, what did you miss? Oh, we pretty much just did everything with the Smoldering Lake this time so far. Then I feel like I've lost my train of thought now, but it's okay. Colty is trying to slay the moon presence. Wenders, welcome back into the stream. So it's nice to have you. Forward to Irithil to slay the moon. Not today. So lost it. Oh yeah, I was gonna save Scum. That's what it was. We'll go ahead and Ember up actually, and then we're gonna save Scum in case we need to save a little bit of time doing that. Or even in case I accidentally kill the Demon King and don't get to see it, like do some cool attacks. It's always smart to do that. We're trying to get some more footage. So Eldegusta says maybe the Karthus worm evolved from the demon centipedes from Izalith, like the things that come out of the ground. Oh no. Centipedes in Izalith. Oh yeah, the ones in the walls. Okay, yeah. They do seem different because like the snake doesn't have, or like the worm obviously doesn't have legs, so I would kind of disagree with that, just like on the principle that beings generally don't get more or less legs as they continue to grow, with like the exception of like amphibians, but that's a bit different. And so Wender says, yes, the Lost Sinner inherited Izalith's soul in all likelihood. And then Justin says the demon centipede is dead. You can see its corpse in the old Demon King's lair. Okay. Well, it says, ooh, the Karthus worms are crazy. And why they use lightning if Karthus is all about that fire? Perhaps they were ancient enemies of Karthus, wild spitballing. El DeGusto says that Bob the Hollow has some out there theories about the old souls and two being kind of red herrings. Like he suggests that maybe the great dead one's soul was Guinevere and the old witch's soul was just a daughter. Justin says the sunlight maggots are the foundation of Solaire, Karthus' worm theory. And Scott, welcome back to the stream. It's always nice to have you. And so yeah, maybe the sunlight maggots can turn into great worms, because I mean, maggot to worm, I guess that would kind of make sense. It is interesting though that coming into this area, the fog gate is already active. That's pretty rare, I think, for the games. So this should be the NPC here. Euculus. Interesting. So she's a pyromancer too, and I think she has to live to get the whip, whatever. And so she is related to Cornix, I think, somehow. Maybe not like literally related, but just like her character development is has some relation to him. Oh yeah, and we're gonna look for the what's it called, the clam. Is it before the arena or is it in the arena? Because I feel like I remember what you're talking about, but I don't remember where it actually is. I guess we could look either. And you guys said we could see Irithyll from down here, or maybe it was over from the vantage of the what's it called? Or the arbalest. So yeah, like the areas are kind of connected, even though they are like disparate. Okay, so that would be Irithyll, I'm assuming. No, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, maybe up there. Okay, well, that's enough of that. I'm just gonna go deal with the old Demon King. So Justin says there is the water pool to the left of the arena that douses the old king's fire attack. Or okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you. El Degusta says you think all the larvae in the games are capable of some sort of metamorphosis. I mean, I don't disagree. But I feel like there's a difference between like the centipede versus like a worm. And so I feel like the sunlight maggot would probably be a more logical conclusion of it, just because of like sunlight is related to lightning in these games. And that like maggots don't have legs. That could be a bit more feasible. I guess I could have taken a better look at the actual face of the worm. But I'm sure we could also Google that and then compare it to the sunlight maggot. But I guess it doesn't have light coming out of it until it uses the lightning. I don't know, it's a bit weird. Justin says there is no clam. You were talking about a hole that looked like a clam nest in Ash Lake. Okay. So Wender says, sounds strange. Rotten has more in common with Nito than Guinevere. Also, Shanalot, Vendrick, and the Seed of Giants description make the soul reincarnation canon by Dark Souls 2. So there's no issue with the Dark Souls 2 old ones inheriting the defeated Dark Souls 1 Souls of Lords. Okay. So above the giants, there's a view to Irithyll. The Duke's dear Freya never inherited the soul of Seath, a random corpse did. El Degusto says, you wonder if Frampt had you put Lord Souls in the soul vessel so that they would reincarnate, or maybe as part of the magic of linking the flame. They are too precious just as a door to the kiln. They had to be used as some sort of fuel. Yeah, probably. I guess this dude isn't aggro until we come up. So he kind of looks like Parl for now. So this is a demon, and we see like mountains of demon corpses throughout this arena. Oh, and there is like the water over there. Okay, that Justin was talking about. And I guess somebody was saying like this area kind of reminded them of where the furtive pygmy showed up. I think that might have just been like how the Age of Ancients looked with all the gray, with just like the arc trees and stuff. Okay. Although Gusto wasn't talking about the centipedes that time, you agree that there's sunlight maggots full form. Okay. He doesn't give a damn about the NPC. But yeah, this is the old Demon King. I probably would have even completely forgotten his name with my HUD off. So I don't really think poisoning him is going to do much. He's probably weak to bleed as a demon. Oh, I guess I should have shielded. Looks like he's got like one eye, really. His back almost looks like wings on it. I mean, I don't think that's what it is. Kind of embers up again. I thought that was going to be a bigger deal than it was. Oh, yeah. He summons a bunch of, like, meteors. Probably shouldn't hit him too much more, I guess, if this is phase 2. Thought he did more crazy stuff. I guess he is poisoned, actually. He's got that, like, purple on him. Interesting. That looked cool. Ow. Ow. I'm low on health. You can use these pile of corpses to protect from him. That's weird. Oh, okay. That's cool. So there's more to it. The old Demon King. So yeah, I guess that was a pretty easy fight. I don't remember if you were supposed to automatically get the whip or you need to talk to Cornix or something after that. They'll probably just reload the save. Maybe I'll talk to him and then reload the save. So yeah, catch back up with you guys. Scott says, why do the things related to the chaos and the demons have a wood theme design? Take the wood pill. Dark Souls is about wood and fire. And so yeah, presumably there is a really big link between like the whole idea of like the arc trees and the Age of Ancients being like at the root of the world. And so like the fire imbued everything with a disparity in life. And so demons as a kind of a mock creation of life could be related to wood in that respect. I think there's probably a bit more of a relation between like the demons and stone, but yeah. Fundamentally, there is like wood at the life of Dark Souls, I guess. The Phobos says, does poison even work on any of the Dark Souls 3 bosses? Aren't a bunch of them just immune? Well, we did see that whatever her name was, Cuckoo Kachu, did put a purple aura over the guy, so I guess it worked. The girl has like one Vig, she dies after, one Vitality, she dies after like a couple of hits. Doesn't an item here reveal the demons have been linking the flame with the Chaos Flame and their own chosen demon? Go to his cage where he was trapped. Oh, I need to go to his cage, okay. So I'll talk to him and then go over there. Because I don't think it would be there just because she died, but I might be wrong.
Ah, there you... I am pleased. Oh, we'll need a pirate.
Okay.
Do not...
So yeah, I guess I'm a little bit over leveled for the old Demon King, but it's really not too tough of a fight. Which one do I want to do? Cliff Underside? Yeah, okay. And so, oh yeah, going back to the idea about like, wasn't there an item where it talks about like the demons linking their own flame or something like that? I don't remember if it's this area. Maybe it's a soul. I should read that. Actually, we just picked that up. I keep forgetting. But I think that might be either with his soul or the DLC boss. Yeah, let's check it out. Soul of the Old Demon King. One of the blah blah blah. The shriveled old Demon King is now like a clump of burnt ash, but he is the last living witness of the chaos of Izalith. So I don't think it was that any of those descriptions. None of these. So yeah. Maybe in one of the spells that we'll get from the Pyromancy tomes, but I kind of doubt it. I think that one was a bit more of the DLC. Because I think people would have been like, what the hell is this talking about? Before the DLC got released. Oh. Definitely killing things in one hit over here. Okay, so nothing here. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. We'll go ahead and reload the game. Kill the boss again. Get a little bit more footage, which is always fine. And then, yeah. So, Bobo says, do you have any ideas about how magic works on the setting? What do you mean by like on the setting? Do you mean in this setting or are you talking about like the eclipse kind of thing later on? Justin says, trees are like the end product of life, while fire is what burns it away before it could fully sprout, leaving nothing but ash and stagnation. A mirror to the painted world where rot is destroying the... Okay, a mirror to the painted world where rot is destroying the world of fire... Wow. Is destroying the world and fire being the salvation. It's Demon Prince lore. Okay, yeah. She needs to live during the fight. Yeah, I figured she needed to live. Yago Rayo, welcome to the stream. Not sure what happened to your message. So yeah, we should still be embered up. We're glowing again, and so we should be able to summon her. Cuculus. It's a weird name. So Justin says, giants becoming trees, undead becoming trees, angels are trees are the end goal. And then Iago says, to talk about the Hollows becoming a tree, we must talk about the Dark Souls 2 giants becoming trees as well, don't we? So yeah, and with like the cursed wood, whatever it's called, the damn cursed tree in the undead settlement, that is also potentially coming from the corpse of a dragon that turned into a giant tree, that they continued to throw like corpses into. So there is like that whole... Oh sweet, we got a new attack this time. parallel there between like giants and humans. If you look at like the souls of giants, they do kind of, damn it, didn't roll over them. Get away, get away. Can you do it again? He's whipping the ever-living crap out of him. He's summoning again. Oh, forgot about the explosion. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty easy stuff. Solo the old Demon King. Again. And so she disappears. I don't think you can even summon her anywhere else, so it's just this one random fight just to get one random weapon. It's kind of annoying when that happens. So yeah, sorry I trailed off about like the whole like dragons potentially turning into trees as well. Because like in Dark Souls 2, there's also like the few like dragon, or why do I keep saying dragons for giants? There's a few giants that like pretty much are turning into trees in the first area of the game as well. So it does show that like it seems like wood and trees are kind of at the basis of all life in Dark Souls, other than like the flames to a certain degree. So Iago said you just revised what you said? Okay. The Phobo says, in Dark Souls setting in general, you mean like the difference between sorcery, miracles, and pyromancy? Yes, because they seem to overlap in a couple places, like dark miracles. Like, I think part of it just comes down to like how the stats are supposed to work. So for whatever reason, it seems like the soul itself can be manipulated a bit more strongly with intelligence. But there's also a component of belief and faith that affects reality itself. So, I'm trying to figure out how I want to phrase it. Like, it's a really good question. And okay, so this is probably Cuculus's body here. So we get the spotted whip and then Cornix's set. So the spotted whip is really the only thing that you can really miss from that. And then we're gonna go back to the shrine. Look at the transposition stuff. And then I'll try to think of how to phrase what I was gonna say with the different types of magic. So at the basis of Dark Souls, you have like your souls, and that's related to fire. So fire is kind of at like the midst of everything, but at the same time, while fire can make both light, in this game it makes shadows. So there's something that connects fire to the soul, and that is also connected to darkness, which is present within humanity, or people, I guess. And so pyromancy seems to rely on both intelligence and faith, so it does show that like fire is kind of like a marriage between the two concepts, whereas faith seems to be able to be able to like kind of override reality and supplant it with what people's beliefs are, which is kind of cool to think about. And like intelligence could be someone's understanding of reality, I guess, but it is kind of a bit weird how they all kind of mesh together. So I don't think I have like the best answer for how the setting of the magic works, but that just kind of seems to be like the fundamental principle behind it. And so we do know that you kind of can override reality just because of like the repair spell being able to turn back time. It's kind of like a forbidden art that Ulasil used, but yeah, there is that possibility, I guess. So sorry for probably the unsatisfactory answer, but that's kind of what I have off the top of my head. Effervescent says, have I noticed that the demons you fight right before you enter the Smoldering Lake and on the bridge in the swamp are basically enlarged versions of the statues in Lost Izalith and DS1 with legs and arms? Huh. No, I don't think I did. Are you talking about the Gru, or are you talking about something else? Okay. So Justin says, the age of the dark is the next age, and angels are beings born from the dark. See Dark Lurker and the Pilgrim Angels. Trees are salvation, the age of dark, the age of wood. I mean, I would disagree with that, but I think we can just have our differences of opinions. So Yago says, Phobos dark spells usually take the force from the abyss instead of their usual sources. So as like you do look at some of the spells, when you get to the higher echelons of both like pyromancy and crystal magic or sorceries and even miracles, it seems like the more that the spells are strengthened, the closer they become to life. And as they become closer to life itself, they begin to take on properties of both like darkness and life itself. So like the crystal homing soul mass almost is possessing a will of its own, which is why it chases creatures. And when you see like the profaned flame, the flame itself has a will of its own because it's alive essentially. So there is that really big overlap between all of them. And so Yago says, in Dark Souls 3 we have the deep spells as well that take force from the deep instead of the abyss or the original source. Trees have bark, dragons have scales. Coincidence? Yes, I do think that's a coincidence. Although like dragons aren't really alive technically in this game, they're just kind of like mineral beings according to Miyazaki, which is a bit weird, but I guess if Nito can exist, who am I to say? Augusto says, stone comes from the trees, and arc trees blur the lines between trees and stones. That's probably a fair point. And Yago says, it's also important to take that not only Dark Souls 2 giants do it, the kind you meet in Dark Souls 1 don't. So that could just be potentially a function of time and getting a bit away from the cycle of the fire, and I don't know. Yeah, the giants are interesting to think about because they're very much similar to humans, but they're also not. So Justin says, what sprouts from wildfires but trees and plants? Great arc trees will sprout from this world's ash and hold up the next, a cycle above all others. Yeah, I would agree with that kind of interpretation of things. Dark Souls 2 giants could just be hollowed Dark Souls 1 giants. I think that's a possibility if we believe that giants themselves can be hollowed. Phobos says, in Demon Souls, the magic thing was pretty straightforward. Miracles and sorcery were the same thing at the root of it. Both manipulated the soul, and the soul is what keeps the world as it is. So, and demons eat souls, giving away to gray fog. Interesting. So yeah, I think that idea is somewhat present in Dark Souls as well. Probably not like quite the same, but it's more like, hey, here's my homework, but don't copy it like too closely, I guess. And so Yago says they're not the same kind. The Dark Souls 2 giants are from an ocean away. I mean, I think giants are giants, unless you're like talking about like the horned ones with the one eyes. I guess those are more like Oni than giants. I don't really remember how it's supposed to work. Aldegusto says, pyromancy might be the independence of the self, and you need intelligence and faith and conviction to cultivate your potential. Interesting. Intelligence and selfness. I'll have to think about that one a bit more, but I like the idea. Everything is from an ocean away, though. Geography has been weird and eons have passed. Game Dev Yal, welcome back to the stream. You said, it's also interesting to consider how pyromancies had no scaling whatsoever in Dark Souls 1, and there was no dark element. That's probably some interesting lore to draw from that. So yeah, that's also something interesting to bring up. Like, dark wasn't a thing, it was just kind of like occult damage, I guess, which was like against the gods. So maybe darkness is something that sprouted later, or maybe it's more of a retcon. I don't really know how it should be treated. And then pyromancy scales by upgrading the flame, and so Yal says, like off the top of your head, Pyromancy's only got scaling what's a human link to fire the first time in Dark Souls 1. Nobody can control Gwyn's will when he was the embodiment of fire. That's an interesting way to think of it. Phobo says it's like the flame was a separate being of its own that you had to nurture separately. Ogres? Yeah, well, Oni is more like a Japanese way of saying ogre. They're slightly different, but like if you go to Ash Lake in the Dark Souls 1, there is like a giant skull of like of a horned one-eyed demon looking like thing, and that's probably an Oni. So Just in Time says the Dark Souls has a lesser version of it with Nito spells being miracles, even though most of the church consider him evil. Occult was dark. Yeah. Okay.
Aha, that returns.
What was I gonna do? Okay, so we got the Chaos Bed vestiges, and that's from the Soul of the Old Demon King. Let me swig a little bit of water first. So these are traces of the tumultuous seedbed that birthed the beings known as demons. Hurls chaos flame that scorches vicinity. Demons born from fire bore its smoldering essence and perished soon after. Man shares this report with the flames to this day. So I do like that it does show that there is a kind of a similarity in the nature of men and demons. I think that was maybe a little bit clearer to a certain degree in Dark Souls 1, where the more humanity you had, the more chaos damage you would do. I don't remember if there's anything quite like that in Dark Souls 3, but if we do tie the idea of chaos being related to something in the inherent nature of men, I do think that could lead to reasons to believe that the stagnated chaos flame eventually ended up becoming the profaned flame. But yeah, I don't really know how strongly we should believe that, especially when we do have like the emergence of things like the black flames as well. So that's a different one. The Old King's Great Hammer, which is what he was wielding in the fight. A great hammer of the Old Demon King. This weapon has survived since Old Izalith and is imbued with the remnants of the Chaos Flame. So, Molten Perseverance. Anchor weapon in the earth to temporarily boost poison. Use strong attack to repeatedly stab the earth to trigger molten explosions. That's fairly straightforward. I did want to mention like the Chaos Bed vestiges. So when it talks about the seed bed that birthed the beings known as demons, the seed bed is the exact same term that they used for like the bed of chaos. So like Chaos Bed, bed of chaos. It's pretty straightforward, but a little more explicit in Japanese for whatever reason. So that's that with all the demon soul, or not the demon souls, but with the Old Demon King in the Smoldering Lake for now.
Now, do not be away over long.
So I might be able to level up. I don't. Maybe not.
Welcome home, speak. Very well, then taken.
Oh yeah, just once. Let's go with more vigor. I forget that it's called vigor in this one and not vitality. So 1000 HP. That's a pretty nice round number with our ring.
Farewell, mate.
So going back. Yago says, miracles are tales. You recite a story and then some power appears. The best you say the story is believing more understanding, the more power it'll have. So that also ties into the whole like faith aspect of being able to like distort the reality of Dark Souls world. So yeah, it's kind of crazy because if you think about it, like you would almost assume like madmen would be the most powerful beings, and you know that might actually be true when we consider like Logan and Seath. Maybe they transcended the limits of intelligence to the point that it became madness, which is kind of akin to faith, which is why they had such strong spells. Don't believe that. That's just kind of me spitballing there off that line of thought. Justin says, hexes and pyromancy spawn from the same source and thus use the same scaling. It's an interesting thought. Right. And then Phobos says, oh yeah, the mystery skull. Was it one-eyed? You never noticed. Yeah, that skull. So Blue Mew says, alright, lore hunters, you're going in your coffin until the sun passes on. Alright, thank you, Blue Mew. We're about finished as well. So hope you have a good sleep, and hope to see you guys next week when we start up again. So yeah, that'll pretty much conclude this episode's stream. We did all of the Smoldering Lake in about 4 hours, which It always seems to take longer than I think for these kind of things when we go this slowly, but it's fine. In some stream-related news, I have mostly finished writing the next script for the Fear the Old Lore series, where we're going to be talking about the translation of Bloodborne. So, for all of you guys who are our channel members or like Patreon members with the early access tier, I'll try to release that stuff later today. I might revise some things later on, but for those who are like diehard fans and want to know that stuff, if you're not a diehard fan, or rather you're not an early access member, it's only like $5, I think, with the YouTube stuff. So you could get access to that as well. You get access to the secret channels in the Discord if you're interested in that. But if not, that's perfectly understandable. And hopefully I'll have that content out maybe towards the beginning or the middle of next week. It might just take me a bit longer to do all the voice recording and the editing with balancing the stream stuff and some other real life stuff that I've got going on. But yeah, that'll be coming out in the works hopefully shortly here, that I do hope that people enjoy. So Yago says, it doesn't fall into the faith equals stupidity, simple-mindedness, you guess. So yeah, there is a component where faith doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's dumb. It's just a belief of a different order, I guess, and doesn't necessarily follow like logic, which is more in tune with intelligence. El Degusto says, Izalith's soul and the Dark Soul can lead to change and mutations. Nido's soul and Gwyn's soul leads to ultimate stasis and death and stability. I wonder if Chaos is the light version of Abyss in the Dark. I don't really believe in the whole like light soul and life soul, I guess would be another way to say it, and then the death soul. I think that's just kind of something that some fans believe in a bit strongly, but it's not something I that really resonates with me based on what we see. Justin says the old demon boss arena has the demon centipede's corpse near the water puddle. Okay, I'll go check that out before we end. Well, we catch up with chat also. And then Mathota says, thanks for the stream. This was lots of fun. You're glad you're able to actually catch one. Thank you for stopping in, and I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. And El Degusto says, madness was also obsession. Yeah, and so there is that kind of a extra border to cross between like madness, obsession, and willpower, and that kind of like driving people on and being like a force of life in like Bloodborne and Dark Souls, and a source of power and strength. But yeah, fanaticism is another form of madness. Okay. So we do get a lot of the demon corpses here, so let's look for the centipede. Oh, you said over by the water puddle. Oh, okay, like up there. Okay, yeah. Spawning in now. Okay, that's definitely cool. I got the 2 faces, 3 faces. Oh yeah, so it is that one. Cool. Okay, yeah. Phobo says the light, death, life souls is something that's never mentioned in the games themselves, right? Correct. That's kind of more of a fan theory that doesn't have any explicit backing up. It's just kind of something that people go with because, like, Gwyn is associated with lightning, the witch with fire and life, and Nito with death. So, yeah, that'll pretty much conclude things for this week. I do intend to start streaming again next week at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the 3 to 4 hours that it takes to kind of go through one area's worth of content within reason. So once again, I thank you all for stopping by. I don't think we'll be doing any impromptu streams this weekend, so if we do, I will announce it in the Discord, but don't count on it, is what I'll say. So yeah, go ahead and join the Discord if you guys are interested, because that's when I do give like my live alerts, and it's an easy way to stay in touch between the gaps in the stream. So for everybody who stepped in, thank you for your kind comments and the thoughtful discussions. I've always enjoyed them, and hopefully we'll continue to do this in the future as well. And see you next time, and have a good weekend.